Right on cue. Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Orange County School Board's regular meeting scheduled for this Tuesday, July 28th, 2026. Thank you all so much for being here. It's kind of nice to hear all that chatter going on, too. It sounded like mostly happy chatter. This is a nice thing to hear in such difficult times. As a reminder, board members will not be engaging in outside communication, electronic or otherwise, during our meetings, so we can focus on the business before us. I'm looking down the dais, and all members are present. And we will begin our meeting with a moment of silence, and then we'll invite you to join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And now for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, before we move forward, Dr. Vasquez, let me check, are there any changes to the published agenda?
No, Madam Chair, there are no changes.
All right, thank you. With no changes to the agenda, I will entertain a motion to adopt the amended the agenda as it is.
So moved.
Motion to adopt the agenda by Vice Chair, seconded by Member Douglas. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Tonight, I am incredibly proud to share a special recognition for our district. The Florida School Boards Association has officially named our school board as a master board. Earning this distinction takes a true long-term commitment to teamwork. Over the past school year, our board members and superintendent participated in a series of specialized classes and team exercises. We spent a great deal of time working closely together through the process, focusing on how we could communicate better, strengthen our shared goals, and always keep our students at the center of every decision. As a leadership team, we never want to stop learning, so we can do our very best for our students, our teachers, and our community. To officially present our plaque and share more about this designation, please welcome Joe McGee. There you are, Joe. Esquire. He's the Director of Advocacy. Yeah, don't want to leave that off. That takes a lot of work. Thanks. I know this. The Director of Advocacy and Legislative Services for FSBA. Welcome.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. FSBA. Ooh.
It's okay.
Thanks to whoever did that. Was that John?
That's all right.
Messing with me?
No.
It's personalized.
The floor also drops out from under you if you go over the time.
No pressure. FSBA is proud to offer professional development that strengthens the bonds with superintendents and school board members. We do this statewide. So we know that a collaborative decision-making process and a collaborative leadership team creates student-centered achievements that can be reflected in every measure that a district has. Just from knowing you all individually, those of you that I do know very well, and just knowing you all collectively as a board, I know that Orange leads the way. So many districts they look up to you all as the district to be like. This was not easy, as you talked about. There are tons of classes, tons of forms that must be filled out. I know not everyone likes doing all that, but you all went through it, and it's a total dedication to your constituency, to your students, and to yourselves. So thank you all so much for doing that.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Vice Chair?
Yeah. I just wanted to do a quick shout out that one of the main reasons and drivers for us even doing this was Member Gallo, who did care deeply about us having some of those tough conversations and thought that this would really level us up as a board. And I think we all learned a ton, and I appreciate her leadership.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. Do you have, looks like you have something there.
I do. I would love to take a picture with you all with it if there is time.
Yeah, come on down.
All right. Thank you.
And we brought a photographer.
Oh, perfect.
I'm thinking they are. If not,
Take it back and re-carve.
Hold still for a second. To Angie from Angie. Love Angie.
See, you may have vice chair, but I have my name, my signature.
Good, good, good. Look happy. Good. Look toward me. Big smile. Big smile again. One more. And look at the looking guy. They pay better.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Get a picture of the chair.
Oh, you want to do it again? Let's do it again. That was a good test. You guys are all again? All again? Can we balance like a couple of folks on this side? Good, 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 good. Hold on. Big smile again. Everybody toward me. Hold on. There we go. Yeah. Thank you.
And something I should have mentioned, I'm so sorry, my throat is acting up, I apologize, but Vice Chair can take over if I lose it altogether. I should have mentioned that Member Gallo is the president of the Florida School Board Association for the entire state. And so, I was trying to remember, okay, she just stepped down. So her name is at the bottom of that, which is super cool that we have our own board member who has signed that plaque for us. Yeah. Oh, that's a subject. Okay, at this time, I would recognize Dr. Vasquez to introduce newly appointed administrators.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Love it. This is such an exciting time. We're just getting ready to start the new school year, and I can see the excitement in the eyes of our newly appointed administrators. So let's begin with Mr. Scott Stephen Burks, who is going to be the new principal of Southwest Middle School.
All right, good evening. Thank you, school board members, Superintendent Vasquez, Deputy Superintendent Martinez, Executive Leader Fritzler, and Principal Leader Tremble for the opportunity to serve at Southwest Middle School. I'm honored and excited to serve the students, staff, families, and the entire Southwest community. I would like to thank my wife, Nithya, who's here tonight. Thank you for always being there, your patience, and constant support. Also, thank you to my family, who's all back home in Pennsylvania, for their support. Finally, I want to thank all the principals and district leaders I've had the privilege of serving under. Your mentorship has played a significant role in my growth as an educator and a leader. I'm grateful for this opportunity and look forward to building on the great things already happening at Southwest Middle School. Thank you.
Next, we have Cecile Evelyn Burnett, who is going to be the new assistant principal at Oak Ridge High School.
Thank you, school board members, Superintendent Vasquez, and staff for the opportunity to serve at Oak Ridge High School. I also would like to thank Mr. Martinez, Dr. Dispenza, and Mr. Turner from the high school office for their support. In addition, I'd like to thank my family first and foremost, my grandparents here sitting, and my two little boys at home that were that inspiration every day to get through and push. and a series of mentors and work wives and dads and friends that have become family, because when you've been in 10 years plus, they do become the people that you talk to all the time and support you. So thank you all.
Okay, I'm going to apologize if I mispronounce your name. I am going to use phonics. So, Altamont Byron Coley III.
You did well. That was good.
He is going to be the new principal at Tangelo Park Elementary.
Good evening, Superintendent Vasquez, Deputy Superintendent Martinez, my STO leadership, Dr. Jones and Dr. Wyndham, my Tangelo Park family, my parents, staff, and community, and neighborhood partners in Rosen. I just want to thank you for the opportunity to serve as principal at Tangelo Park Elementary. I would like to recognize those who have mentored me and supported me throughout this journey. Mrs. Merlene Jackson Kimball, Dr. Wyndham, Mrs. April Davis LaRue, Mrs. Trimble, Dr. Trimble, Ms. Emily Archie, and my Washington Shores family. Thank you for your guidance, encouragement, and belief in me. Most importantly, I would like to thank my wife, Trivia Coley, and my children for your unwavering love and support. I would not be standing here today if it wasn't for your sacrifice and your encouragement. I consider it an honor to serve as Tangelo Park's new principal. I'm excited to partner with our staff, students, and families and community as we work together to ensure every child thrives. I look forward to all that we will accomplish together. Thank you.
Next, we have April Davis LaRue, who is going to be the new principal at Washington Shores Elementary.
First and foremost, I want to give all honor and glory to God, from whom all blessings flow. I would also like to extend my sincere appreciation to our school board members, Superintendent Vasquez and Deputy Superintendent Martinez, for entrusting me with this incredible opportunity to serve as the proud principal of Washington Shores. To my husband, Kyle, thank you for your love, encouragement, and support. I'm so grateful that I get to do this thing called life with you. To my beautiful daughters, Alexis, Kaya, and Gabrielle, thank you for always believing in me. And to my G-babies, Raylan and Riley, you are my greatest joy. And thank you to my cousin sisters, Regina and Carla, for being here tonight. To my parents in heaven, this moment is because of the foundation that you laid. And although you are not here, I know you are smiling down from heaven. We did it. This accomplishment is as much yours as it is mine, and I hope I've made you proud. I would also like to recognize the incredible mentors who've invested in my growth. Dr. Jones, Dr. Wyndham, Dr. Brown Cannon, and Michelle Carolero. Thank you for your wisdom and belief in my potential. And a very, very special thank you to Ms. Merlene Jackson Kimball. Over the past 3 years, you have poured into me in countless ways and have shown me what servant leadership truly looks like. Your impact on my life and leadership will always be appreciated. Thank you to all of my friends and my Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated sisters for supporting me tonight. And then finally, to my Washington Shores family, thank you for trusting and believing in me. And as we begin this new school year, let's remember that we are stronger together, and together we will continue reaching new heights. Let's go Jaguars.
I want to take just a moment to echo our sincere thanks and gratitude to Marlene, who has retired but served Orange County Public Schools for 30 years. I actually met Marlene when I first became a principal out at Windy Ridge. She was a teacher. Even back then, she was quite the role model. She had a very quiet way about her that let you know she was an individual of great respect, great honor, who put children first. And so we owe her so much. She was a master principal. Both of the schools thrived, and now we are so excited for both of you that you will be following in her footsteps. Next, we have Heather Sue DeVries, who's going to be the new assistant principal at Weingard Elementary.
Thank you, school board members, Superintendent Vasquez, and district staff for this incredible opportunity to serve as the assistant principal at Weingard Elementary. I'm truly honored and grateful for the trust that you placed in me. I like to recognize two extraordinary mentors who've had a profound impact on my leadership journey, Dr. Maria Gaspar and Miss Patricia Sells. Thank you both for believing in me, investing in my growth, and allowing me the privilege of learning under your leadership. The example you set has shaped not only the leader I am today, but the leader I inspire to be. I will always be grateful for the impact you've had on my life and my career. And to my wonderful friends, Victoria and Zianja, thank you for being here tonight. And to my partner, D'Angelo, who is virtually watching, thank you for your unwavering love, encouragement, and support. I truly wouldn't be standing here tonight without each of you. Finally, thank you, Principal Leader Lindlaw, for your warm welcome and for being here this evening. I am excited to begin this journey alongside you, Principal Jessica Swain, and the entire Weingard Elementary team. Thank you again for this incredible honor. Go Patriots!
I'm going to apologize. I may not get the last name correct. I'm so sorry. Roseanne Galvin Prepetit? No. Yes?
That's close. Prepetit.
Prepetit. Okay, a little French there. I need the accent. Yeah. Congratulations. You're going to be the new principal at Baldwin Park Elementary.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you, school board members, Superintendent Vasquez, and staff for this opportunity to serve as principal of Baldwin Park Elementary School. Thank you, Mr. Bond, Principal Leader Davis Wilson, and Principal Leader Rodriguez for your support and your encouragement. I would also like to recognize a few of my colleagues who helped shape me into the leader that I am today. Dr. Randy Hart, former principal of Dover Shores, thank you for welcoming me, for sharing your expertise and cultivating a positive school culture. Former Principal Kenesha Williams for helping me find my voice as a leader. And Principal Jim Weiss, Jen Hess, and my Palm Lake Ohana. Thank you for filling my bucket and reminding me every day that kindness matters. To my family, thank you. Thank you for being my greatest source of strength. My husband, Sydney, for your encouragement and belief in me. And our amazing children, Liam and Reagan. You are my heart and my greatest inspiration. I would not be standing here before you without them. And Liam, happy 21st birthday. Aww. I would also like to thank my assistant principal, Mike Reese, for being here this evening, and to all of the Baldwin Park Bobcats joining us via live stream. Thank you for the warm welcome. I am truly honored and excited to join the Bobcat family. I look forward to partnering with families, the community, my staff, and students as we continue to build on Baldwin Park's tradition of excellence. Together, we will prioritize academic achievement, meaningful relationships, and opportunities that empower every student and staff member to thrive. Thank you, and go Bobcats.
Next, we have Ilona Jove Gromlich, who is going to be the new assistant principal at Hillcrest Elementary.
Thank you. Thank you to the members of the school board, especially Ms. Manos, for your support of District 6. Thank you, Dr. Vasquez, Mr. Martinez, Mr. Bond, Dr. Jones, and Dr. Levtakis for this opportunity. I want to thank the Hillcrest community of students, teachers, and families who embraced me and made me feel so welcome. To the principal of Hillcrest, Ms. Bethany Chapetta. Thank you for supporting me as your acting assistant principal. You are the very best, and I am so fiercely proud to be learning from you. I want to thank all of my other OCPS mentors who have inspired me to be a leader. You are too many to name, and that is a blessing. And finally, to my husband, Skylar, and our beautiful children that are somewhere back there crying somewhere. I couldn't have done this without you. You've sacrificed a lot for me to be here, and I appreciate that. And for my friends and family, and Grammy, who's watching from home, Thank you guys all for always cheering me on. I am grateful beyond words, and I look forward to serving OCPS and the Hillcrest community.
Kimberly Malatesta is going to be the new principal of Eagle Creek Elementary.
Thank you, school board members, Superintendent Vasquez, and all the staff for this honor and opportunity to serve as the Eagle Creek principal. I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize a lot of professional mentors. So settle in, folks. This is like an Oscar speech. We've got so many people that have poured into me over the years, and I want to honor that. So thank you to Dr. Rollins, Mr. Fritz, Ms. Steinke, Ms. Fitzgerald, Mr. Gorham, Dr. Russo, Mr. Bixler, Ms. Mills, Dr. Larson, Dr. Helton, Ms. McSparron, Dr. Greer, the entire Cadre 6 principals and assistant principals and coaches. The previous Eagle Creek leaders, Mr. McClough, Ms. Sells, and Dr. Dawkins. The elementary division principal leaders and senior admins. So we've got Ms. Verano, Ms. Muse, Mr. Honahan, Mr. Linlaw, Mr. Rodriguez, Dr. Leftakis, Ms. Davis-Wilson, Ms. Carolero, Ms. Smith, Ms. Hankerson, and then the Cadre 8 leaders, Ms. Miller and Ms. Slaughter. And then to the OCPS executive leaders, Dr. Jones, Mr. Bond, Dr. Brown-Cannon, Mr. Bixler, and Mr. Martinez. Thank you. I'd also like to thank my family. So there's much less of them. So thank you to my husband, Frank, who's somewhere back there. I appreciate the love and support. And thank you to our 3 kids, Frankie, Evie, and Henry. And finally, I would like to thank my amazing Eagle Creek team, who's been just so welcoming and supporting in this transition as your acting principal. I am overwhelmed by the warm embrace that you all have given me, so thank you so much. I am honored to stand side by side with Panther Pride with all of you.
Susan Beth Salvati is going to be the new assistant principal at Magnolia School.
Good evening, school board members, Superintendent Vasquez, and Deputy Superintendent Martinez. Thank you for this incredible opportunity to serve as assistant principal at Magnolia School. I would especially like to thank Dr. Kazuntite, Miss Ivory, and Mr. Schuler for your trust and confidence in me. It is an honor to have the opportunity to serve alongside you. I'd also like to recognize the exceptional mentors who have guided me throughout my career. Ms. Elizabeth Prince, Dr. Diana Greer, who's here with me tonight. I really wouldn't be standing here without you. Ms. Janet Biddick and Mrs. Sarah Drummond. Thank you for investing in me, challenging me, and giving me the opportunity to learn, grow, and become the leader I am today. I also want to thank Mrs. Lisa Ennis for connecting me with Dr. Greer. That connection was a game changer for me. I also want to thank the ESE Behavior Support Team for your unwavering commitment to our schools and for always being my biggest cheerleaders. I think they're watching online. A special thank you to Ms. Nona Little for her encouragement and support. To my family who's here tonight, my husband Matt, my children Jake, Justin, and Ashley, my mom Marion, thank you for your love and support, and you guys inspire me every day. I had a little surprise from friends that kind of threw me off. Thank you guys for coming. And finally, thank you to my new Magnolia family. Mr. Schuler, I cannot wait to join your team and serve this special school with you. Go Mustangs.
I want to wish each and every one of you a huge congratulations and that you enjoy every day of this first year as either an assistant principal or a principal. It will be memorable. Congratulations.
Thank you, Dr. Vasquez. We're going to get a picture with all of our newly appointed administrators. Are we? Yes, we're going to stand up and recognize them. What am I doing with this song?
Congratulations.
I had this song for all the pictures.
Oh, y'all already did. Okay, yeah.
Good. Nice big smile back row. You ready? Good. Look happy and on 3. Good. 1, 2, and 3. Hold on 1 second. Stay there. Look super happy. Friends and family, come on down, kids. Friends and family. Nope. You're inviting everybody. Take a village. Go faster, village.
If he kept that there and took a picture of it with the entire chamber or something. Wow. A whole lot of people. He needs a drone.
Good. This time, single. Let's see, what's that? The right side. The right side getting closer. You know who I'm talking to. Good. Look at my assistant photographer first. Good. Nice big smile. Everybody getting really close. Look happy on 3. Good. 1, 2, and 3. Let's do that again. Hold on. One more. Super happy. Say free parking at OCPS.
Which roof was it, this one? Ours or the other one? That's what I think. Sure. Our parking garage or the other one? So it's somewhere else. Okay. It's probably UCF. No, they sent OPD. Okay, so they sent OPD to the top of the garage. Okay. Got it.
Next, I would like to acknowledge Clinton McCracken, president of the Orange County Classroom Teachers Association. Mr. McCracken, we'd love to hear from you.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Jacobs, school board members, Dr. Vasquez, and members of our community. Over the summer, I contacted hundreds of community leaders,
faith leaders, nonprofits, CEOs, philanthropic organizations, elected officials, labor leaders, and more. I reached out because our community needs to understand what our teachers are experiencing and what's at stake for public education. If you're a community leader and haven't received that message, please contact me. I'm happy to include you in this important conversation. Teachers are struggling to remain in the profession that they love. The cost of living in Central Florida continues to rise, while educators' take-home pay simply doesn't keep pace. Many are wondering how much longer they can afford to stay, yet they continue showing up every day for Orange County students. Long before students return, educators are already preparing classrooms, planning lessons, and getting ready to welcome students back. They do it because teaching isn't just a job, it's a calling. But dedication should never require endless sacrifice. Tonight, I encourage this district, from its highest levels of leadership to every school-based administrator, to make decisions that recognize the dignity, worth, and professional expertise of our educators. There are many serious concerns about the direction of public education and our district today. Some will require difficult conversations and looking at how resources are prioritized. But one thing costs absolutely nothing: respect. Too many educators don't feel respected by this district today. Respect isn't something you just say, it's something educators either feel or they don't. As we welcome a new generation of educators into Orange County, we also have an opportunity to show them what kind of school district we aspire to be. To our new educators, welcome to Orange County. We're glad you're here, and we want you to build a long and rewarding career serving our students. Orange County Classroom Teachers Association is your union. Together, we fight for better pay, benefits, and working conditions. We've grown into the largest AFT teachers union in the Southeast U.S. And that's because educators understand one important thing: we are stronger together. If you haven't joined your union yet, it takes about a minute at joincta.com. Our educators show up every day for Orange County students. They deserve a district that shows up for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCracken. And I also want to recognize Ron Pollard, president of, is he here? There you are. I'm so sorry. I didn't see you all this time. President of the Orange Education Support Professional Association. Welcome, Mr. Pollard.
Thank you. All right. Well, good evening, Dr. Vasquez, all of my board members, and all other officials, all others in the official capacity today. I'm Ron Pollard, OSPS president, and I appreciate all the support staff and the teachers who showed up here today to support their union. I want y'all to know Clint McCracken and myself, we work very hard to try to advocate for you all. And I just want you to know it. So thank you for showing up. I would like to remind you all that these are voters. And these voters are the employees that you want to work for you. You want them to work for OCPS. Smiles are nice. Thank yous are nice too. But not supporting the people who support you is unacceptable. When you go through your budget presentation, remember that we are people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pollard. All right, our 2025-26 proclamations were adopted by a vote of the board during the August 12, 2025 board meeting as designated celebrations and observations. An updated celebrations and observation list for the 26-27 school year is scheduled to be included on the agenda for the August 25th, 26th meeting. Next on our agenda is an update on the strategic plan, and Dr. Vasquez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is that time of the year where we are provided an update on our audits. I'd like to ask our Chief Internal Auditor, Alpa Vias, to please come up and introduce the chair of our audit committee who will do the presentation.
Good evening, Superintendent, Chair Jacobs, and board members. Before we begin today's presentation, I would like to recognize Ms. Tammy Campbell, CPA, who is a partner with
Excuse me, if I
Davies and Company.
Excuse me, if I could get you to just lean a little closer to the mic and speak a tad bit louder so we can hear you. Thank you.
Tammy has served on Audit Advisory Committee for 9 years and concluding her service this year. She served the committee with professionalism and dedication, including as committee chair in 2024 and 2025. Although Tammy is unable to be with us this evening, on behalf of the district, school board, and internal audit department, we sincerely thank Tammy for her leadership, expertise, and many contributions to OCPS. I would also like to introduce Ms. Lynn Moll, Chair of the Audit Advisory Committee. Ms. Moll is the Chief Audit Executive and Director at the Institute of Internal Auditors. At this point, I will turn it over to Lynn for the committee's annual update.
Are the slides going to go up or not?
It will be.
Okay. Good evening, Dr. Vasquez and board members. Are the slides supposed to go up on the,
Yes, they are. They'll be right on.
This one. And you can just click.
okay. So, thank you. So, good evening. This evening I wanted to provide a high-level overview of internal audit and as well as explain the role of the Audit Advisory Committee and then conclude with highlights of the committee's activities and results from the past year. This is something we do annually. Internal auditing provides independent objective assurance and insight to help organizations like OCPS achieve their objectives and manage risk effectively. At OCPS, internal audit's mission is to add value by promoting accountability, transparency, and improved performance across the district. Internal audit does this by evaluating processes, controls, and risks and providing recommendations for improvement where necessary. The credibility of internal audit depends on adherence to professional standards and ethical principles. District internal auditors are expected to demonstrate integrity, maintain objectivity, exercise due professional care, demonstrate competency, and maintain confidentiality. These principles help ensure that audit work is conducted fairly, professionally, and independently. Independence is a critical component of an effective internal audit function. At OCPS, the Chief Internal Auditor does not report to management. Instead, oversight is provided through the school board and the Audit Advisory Committee. This reporting relationship helps ensure that audit work can be performed objectively without undue influence or restrictions. The Audit Advisory Committee operates under a charter approved by the school board. The committee provides oversight of the district's audit functions and serves an important governance role by helping maintain the independence of internal audit. The committee also acts as a resource for both the school board and the internal audit department on matters related to governance, risk, and accountability. The committee's responsibilities include reviewing internal audit's plans, their activities, staffing, and organizational structure. Oops, I apologize. It helps ensure that internal audit can perform its work without restrictions, oversees matters related to the appointment and termination of the chief internal auditor, and evaluates the effectiveness of internal and external audit functions and report annually to the school board. Together, these responsibilities help strengthen governance and accountability across the district. The Audit Advisory Committee is composed of volunteer members with professional expertise in auditing, accounting, finance, risk management, and information technology. This diverse experience enables the committee to provide meaningful oversight and independent perspectives on the district's risk controls and governance processes. During the 25-26 school year, the committee reviewed and approved the district-wide risk assessment process and results, reviewed and recommended the annual audit plan to the school board, monitored internal audits progress against the approved plan, and met with the district technology leadership to discuss information security matters. These activities help ensure audit efforts remain focused on the areas of greatest risk and importance to the district. The committee also maintained oversight of the external audit process by meeting with the external auditors at both the beginning and conclusion of the audit. Additionally, the committee members participated in the Auditor General meetings, completed the annual evaluation of the Chief Internal Auditor, conducted a self-assessment of their own activities, and reviewed both the committee and internal audit charters to ensure continued alignment with best practices. Internal audit strategy is centered on maintaining productive relationships with management while preserving independence and objectivity. This approach helps ensure that audit work is focused on the areas of greatest risk and delivers meaningful results to stakeholders. This slide illustrates how the district's internal audit function aligns with leading practices identified by the Council of Great City Schools. Areas such as governance structures, risk-based planning, adherence to professional standards, and use of data analytics demonstrate internal audit's commitment to maintaining a modern and effective audit function. The internal audit team at OCPS consists of the Chief Internal Auditor and 6 professional staff members. The team possesses a variety of professional certifications in auditing, risk assurance, and information systems auditing. These qualifications help ensure the department has the expertise necessary to address operational, financial, compliance, and technology risks across the district. There are 4 key messages I would like the board to remember. First, internal audit maintains its independence through its reporting relationship to the school board and via the Audit Advisory Committee. Second, audit resources are focused on higher risk areas through a risk-based audit plan. Third, the Advisory Committee actively provides the oversight of the audit function. And finally, both the committee and internal audit have met their objectives for the year and continue to support strong governance and accountability across the district. Excuse me. This last slide is a composite of audit recommendations made during internal audits for the year. The number of open recommendations remained relatively stable as new recommendations were issued and corrective actions were completed. Most importantly, no open findings are more than 6 months past their targeted revised target or completion dates. This reflects management's ongoing commitment to addressing audit recommendations in a timely manner. In closing, I'd like to thank the school board, district leadership, and my fellow members of the Audit Advisory Committee for their continued support. Are there any questions or further discussion?
Thank you. Let me call on Vice Chair Salamanca. Let me call on Vice Chair Salamanca for just a moment. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I just wanted to highlight the finding that there's no findings more than 6 months past their target. I know that it's really difficult to do, and even from the beginning of when I got on this board, I think that was something that myself and other members up here wanted to see, which was how long it was taking to get some of this stuff. It's a lot of work, a lot of paperwork, and I know it's a lot on your team, and you're a small but mighty team, so thank you for that, truly, because I think we go through so many of these things that we care about any risks that we might have exposure to, and it is your job to keep an eye out for us. The other thing I wanted to check, and this is a bit, mentioned the external auditor in the chart. I was part of that process of when we hired the new firm for external audit. How is that going? Are we fully onboarded? Like just doing a check-in on that relationship, because that was a new relationship.
You want to? The chief internal auditor has dealt with them closely during the year.
Absolutely.
External auditor, are you talking about for Wismazers, right? Yeah, it's going good so far. And last time they have one recommendation, and management is in progress to implement that recommendation. And we are following that recommendation and finding. But they are doing good so far. Mainly, we are looking for the timeliness that they need to submit their audit, and they need to complete their audit in timeliness. So that one is the main important thing that we are following behind that for Wismazers.
Got it. Thank you. Yeah, and I guess for the public's context and the board, OCPS had the same external auditor for a very long time. I don't remember how many years. It had been many years. And this was one of the first times that the procurement team and the folks that sat on that committee thought it was good to go with the new vendor, and that relationship seemed very positive at the beginning. I just wanted to double check, but this is something that I encourage fellow board members to keep track of as we spend more time with this new external auditor. So thank you so much for that, and just absolutely keep the board updated on that.
All right, thank you. No other questions or comments from board members. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the great work over the past year. And we appreciate both the work in-house that's done and our advisory committee. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next we are moving on to public hearings. We're on 3.01. And before we move on, let me ask Mr. Palmerini if we have public comments for each of our public hearings, or what do we have exactly?
Yeah, we have comments for each of our public hearings. For the first one, I believe there's only one speaker on the student progression plan. That is Stefana Farrell. Just want to notate for the record, Ms. Farrell is asked to sign up to speak to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 items. Under your school board policy, it says no speaker shall have more than 3 minutes per meeting to address the board during any open public comment or agenda public comment period. So what that means is you don't get to sign up and get to speak to every single item on the agenda. The board has previously not passed policy to allow that. So I alert the board to that so they can decide what they would like to do with that.
All right, thank you. Fortunately, we did receive written communication. One of the things I was going to point out in my opening comments here is that we have numerous ways by which you can provide public comment on items that are coming before the board. One of them, obviously, is to join us here in the meeting. Another way is via email. And all emails that are sent as public comments that are received by 5 o'clock Monday are compiled and provided to board members. And Ms. Stefana, I read yours, and great thoughts. I will defer to the board for, are we allowed to vote to deviate from that policy, Mr. Palmerini?
You typically have not. You can waive time limits under the policy, but not that particular portion of it.
Okay, let me also ask you this, because we do have established time limits based on the number of people. For the other public hearing, do we have more than the maximum amount for 3 minutes?
You're going to have to give me a second to count it.
While I'm waiting, Member Gallo, you're recognized. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Palmerini?
No, you don't have more than 10 speakers for any one public hearing.
Okay. Member Gallo?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My recommendation would be, I get the policy, and I'm not trying to break a policy, but this is our only chance to hear from speakers in public hearings, and so if they want to add or change a policy, this is their only opportunity to do so. So I would be inclined if Mrs. Farrell is speaking to a policy with recommended changes or guidance, that we allow that, because that should be our responsibility to do so, our duty to do so, because this is the only opportunity that we've given them to weigh in, other than the other ways that that the chair mentioned. I do know what she's going to speak to, because she did email me, and I told her to please bring it, that the only way we could change a policy is for someone to come to us and ask us to do so. That's per our other policy.
Okay. Vice Chair?
Yeah, I think we can, come back to that policy, but if I recall the intent of when we drafted some of the language, it was around, we didn't want 10 minutes of the same topic over and over again. I think the specific thing of total time across all issues is like a technicality. I don't know that maybe that's as applicable to, I'm okay with that and visiting back the policy, and as long as all board members are aware of that, that means it's the same for all other topics.
Dr. Vasquez?
I remember the board's discussion on this. I do want to point out that I agree with Board Member Gallo that if we're looking maybe at specific policies, that we allow the full amount of time, and then you could look at any other items and maybe look at that the rest, the other 3 minutes or whatever the amount was, would be for the other items of topic. But it's policy. We really do need to hear from our public. But I thank Mr. Palmerini, because again, I do remember this conversation, and I also remember the board asking him to please point it out when we were deviating. So thank you.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Palmerini. All right, any board members, we've spent more time than discussing whether or not you can speak multiple times, then it's going to take you to speak multiple times. I'm aware of that. Any board members see any objection? Okay. Wonderful. Thank you. All right. Moving on, I do have a couple of comments I need to make ahead of time. I did mention that all emails that were received are compiled. That was one of the opportunities to read your email. I specifically appreciated you highlighting the key points as well. Thank you. But I also want to remind everyone that out of respect for each speaker and to conduct an orderly meeting, that you refrain from any audible noises. That's kind of redundant, right? It would have to be a noise to be audible. Anyway, no clapping, no cheering, no booing, no hissing. If you're in support of what you're hearing, a thumbs up. If you're opposed to it, a thumbs down. I often say, if you're going to do me, it's like I'm dyslexic. I don't understand it. So if we could just stick to the old school kind of things for people like me, I would appreciate it. Second, public comments on subjects that are quasi-judicial process or pending litigation can't be presented. I don't think any of y'all are going to go down any of those paths. I think we're going to stick strictly to the policies in front of us. So I'm going to skip ahead to the point. And that is, I'm going to hear from the superintendent first on the first policy, and then we will open it up to public comment. Dr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our first policy deals with our student progression plan. This is a policy that gets updated every year. Our goal is to incorporate any changes that come from Tallahassee. Additionally, we incorporate feedback that we've received throughout the year from various constituents as well as the board. We will have Sarah Kopesky that will be presenting on this after we hear from comments.
All right, thank you. All right.
So the one and only speaker on this policy is Stefana Farrell.
Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. I appreciate this, especially since there's only one meeting a month. The proposed changes to the student progression plan cover a wide range of topics, but I see one common theme. In an effort to increase flexibility, I worry we are slowly eroding the value of a full-time public school education. For example, the district is proposing to expand opportunities for voucher-funded students to access OCPS courses and specialized programs under a new part-time student option. I understand the desire to reconnect with families and recover funding, but we should be careful about the incentives we create. Families who have remained committed to OCPS should never feel like they are competing for opportunities with students who are not fully enrolled. Today, we're told access is subject to space and availability. Tomorrow, when budgets become even tighter, will there be pressure to reserve more seats for marketplace students to sustain the same programs? Good policy considers not only today's intentions, but tomorrow's incentives. This language should be very clear about full-time students taking priority. This policy also turns public education into an a la carte marketplace, allowing families with the means to cherry-pick the benefits of OCPS while avoiding many of the requirements expected of full-time students. It's also unclear if homeschooled students are permitted to enroll part-time during their junior and senior years and still be included in the class ranking. A similar concern about eroding the value of full-time public school education applies to elementary instruction. While greater flexibility for teachers sounds positive, removing dedicated instructional expectations for science, social studies, and health risks sending the message that those subjects matter less simply because they aren't measured on a state assessment. A well-rounded education requires more than strong reading and math scores. It requires scientific reasoning, civic understanding, historical perspective, and healthy decision-making. I would like to see more concern about keeping the parents you have versus winning over the ones that you have lost. If a common final exam can ultimately be waived for students with IEPs based on their performance throughout the year, what educational purpose is served by requiring the exam in the first place? You know, one of the major drawbacks families considering leaving our schools is high stakes testing. So why put so much emphasis on it when your new competitors do not do it at all? Public education is strongest when it encourages families to fully invest in their neighborhood schools. I hope we continue to focus our policies on strengthening that commitment rather than making OCPS one more option in an educational marketplace. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Well thought out comments, and we appreciate hearing from you. Okay. No other comments? Any comments from board members? Member Gallo, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do believe Mrs. Farrell brought up a valid point about when they come back to our schools, they should be full-time in order to be counted towards the ranking of our schools. I think that's fair. I think they should have to be full-time versus we didn't designate one way or the other in the policy, unless I'm missing something.
Yeah.
Dr. Vasquez?
May I do not believe it's in the policy. The only thing I was asking Mr. Palmerini is how does that impact dual enrollment? Because we have students that are enrolled full-time in dual enrollment courses that we do not get FTE, and there are many students that fall into that category. And so does that open up?
That's a fair point.
Yes. And I apologize, I don't think we shared that aspect when we were going through the policy.
Thank you, Dr. Vasquez, because I do believe that when we were looking at the progression plan, our intent was when students come back, especially in high school, that it doesn't adversely affect the students that have been there the entire 4 years when it comes to class ranking. And it's already hard enough to compete with the dual enrollment students if you're a full-time student at OCPS just taking AP classes. So is there any suggestion on what we could do to kind of tighten that up so that it reflects and respects the students that are in our school?
Oh, Mrs. Kopinski.
You have some guidance or advice? Dr. Vasquez, can I recognize your staff?
I was going to say, I wish I had some guidance or advice, but as Ms. Farrell pointed out, and it's actually a very good catch on her end, we did not clarify for the home education students whether it's part-time or full-time when they come back, and so I was going to look to the board for guidance as to what we wanted to do to move forward.
So I'm wondering, Chair, if I may, I'm
Absolutely,
wondering,
follow up.
Dr. Vasquez, could we put that you must be full-time enrolled or otherwise enrolled in dual enrollment or a program like a seat, like something worded better than this, obviously, but something that is a program of OCPS?
I was just considering, could we make the stipulation that it's home education students? Just outlining that it is that category, because the dual enrollment students that I'm speaking about are not home ed. They're actually they show up on a roster in one of our high schools.
Okay.
And I'll give one. We have Lake Nona High School. I just recently saw the numbers. They have 185 full-time dual enrolled students.
Wow. That's awesome for them.
It is awesome. The flip side of that, and their principal, Nikki Campbell, will tell you is, we don't get the FTE for them being dually enrolled, but they are, our students, many of them play sports or involved in, drama, theater, music, whereas a home education student is not, if they are coded as home ed.
So if I may, that language that we added regarding they must be enrolled for their entire junior and senior year was only added to the home education section. So as of right now, it does only apply to home education students.
Can we just add the words full-time?
If that's the will of the board, then we can make that change tonight at the board meeting, and we can put those changes in, and it'll be a part of the final copy.
Mr. Pomerany, do I need to make a motion?
You would have to make a motion to, let me back up first.
Okay.
Generally, we would not be making changes to a policy tonight, except there is case law that says we can make changes to policies in response to public comment. You have just received public comment on that, so you can make the change, but only as it relates to the comments you've received, not to other ones that you have not received. So with that in mind, yes, I believe you can make the change to the policy, and you would have to make a motion to say, I would approve this policy with an amendment to state that homeschool students have to be enrolled, full-time, in order to be eligible to be class rankings and that nature.
Madam Chair, may I?
Yes.
I'd like to make an amendment to the progression plan to include the words juniors and seniors that come from a homeschool program must be enrolled in OCPS full-time.
Okay, is there a second to the motion? Second by Vice Chair. All in favor of the motion, the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously on the amendment. Now, is there a motion for the passage of this policy with the amendment?
So moved.
Oh, thank you. Let's hear from the rest of the board. I'm sorry, Member Felder, you're recognized.
Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Actually, when Miss, how you pronounce her name? Farrell, when she first said what she said, I remember I wanted to say, we've already put the motion on, wanted to say that we have had a discussion about this, and I thought we said that a student needed to be enrolled more than a little bit before they could rank, because it wasn't fair for students that have been going all along. But listening to all the discussion, I am in agreement. If it's if they're dual enrolled, as the superintendent suggests, that's they're still in school, and that's a double responsibility. So thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make sure that I was understanding what was being presented, and I am in agreement with that, because we have several students that are dual enrolled, and it's difficult to be dual enrolled, and it's not easy. And having graduation last year, seeing students getting a diploma and a associate's degree and a technical degree, I mean, that was very impressive. So thank you. I just wanted to make sure I'm in agreement with what I understand.
Okay.
That's all. Thank you.
And you agree with yourself, and that's the most important thing. All right, Vice Chair Salamanca.
Won't speak to that because I think we're in agreement here, so that's good. I did want to talk about the comment Ms. Farrell mentioned about common final exams and CFEs. We've talked about this multiple times at this board. I believe the majority of this board wants to get rid of CFEs. I'll only speak for myself today, but I would love to get rid of CFEs, and I know that's an ongoing conversation that I would love to get to, but I'm just putting out there. I don't think I've heard from parents and from students who are very sick of these tests. I don't understand if the costs outweigh really the value outweigh the cost for the CFEs in particularly. So, just saying out there very clearly, I do not support these.
All right, Dr. Vasquez.
Yes, I want to remind the board that we have made a request to the Department of Education to change our plan as it relates to common final exams. Until we get approval from the department, we are not able to make that plan. We thought it was a minor change. They disagreed. They win, and so and the department, and the department is going through transition, and so we will not be able to institute the change for this year unless we receive notification prior to, I believe, the first day of pre-planning, because by contract, our teachers must be made aware. I might have that date, but it's within the next week to 2 weeks. I don't anticipate that we are going to get a response. And so once we do, we will notify the board, we'll notify our teachers, but we are planning that will be instituted for the following school year, and so that change will be included this time next year as we revise our student progression plan.
Anything else, Vice Chair?
No, thank you, and that's what I do remember you saying you were going to submit that. Okay, well, we'll hang tight.
All right. Member Vanos, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And two of the issues that I was going to raise, and thank you, Ms. Farrell, for raising them, have been raised, so I don't need to speak to those. But I did want to comment on her third issue, which was about in elementary school, essentially removing the blocks for social studies, science, and health. I just cannot support this policy that does that. I think it sends a message that the only important subjects are the ones that are tested, and I don't think that's true. I don't think that was the intent of the change. I truly do believe the intent of the change was to give teachers more flexibility, but, and I do support that, but on the other hand, I worry that because there's so much pressure on testing, that the result will be more of a focus just on reading and math and not on social studies and science and health, which I think are also important to a well-rounded education. So I just wanted to share that is the reason behind my vote tonight. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Member Ferrant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to back up real quick to the homeschool question that was quickly voted on. But are we saying then that homeschool students, if you're a homeschool student, you come into the district for your junior or senior year, it would have to be junior year, that they cannot be enrolled in dual enrollment at all? They would have to just be full-time at the school? Or, because I don't think I was following along.
Dr. Vasquez?
Yeah, no. This relates to, I should turn it over to Sarah. This relates to the inclusion of home education students in rankings for valedictorian, SAL, and the class ranking. We've had a couple of situations where, a student who has never, attended comes in like they're at the end of the junior year, and then they bump somebody who's on the, let's say they're the top 10. They are able to be dual enrolled as much as they want, but if they are going to be included in class ranking, they have to come in their junior year, and then they have to be full-time, is the amendment.
I
Just for
think
the
that's what
ranking.
I'm asking is, so if they're full-time, that means full-time at the school, or can they be at the school and taking dual enrollment and be included if they come in their junior year?
Correct. If they are enrolled, right, at the high school and are taking full-time dual enrollment classes, they are then not considered home education students. They would be considered an OCPS student who is fully dually enrolled.
Perfect. Okay, that's all I was wondering, because I was, from the way it was being worded, it just seemed like we were saying you had to be enrolled full-time, and if you did like dual enrollment, then you couldn't be part of ranking. So that makes sense. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Madam Chair, may I just make one more comment? I do want to, there's been, I think, 2 comments about testing. I want to remind the board that we do test science. So, and social studies is interwoven into some of the ELA standards. I think some of the passages do tie into social studies.
Superintendent, I had a follow-up on the CFEs. You said you have put in a request to the state to change our plan, and I understand there's some turnover, and so we may not get a response in time. But are there any other school districts that don't have CFEs?
Yes,
Okay.
there's a number of school districts that do not use common final exams as a way to calculate the student learning growth score that is part of a teacher's evaluation. And so what our proposal is that instead of giving an additional test or tests, that there would be an option for the teacher to be able to select, let's say, the ELA score. Let's say it's an art teacher. They would get their SLG scores from the ELA scores, let's say, of the students that they teach, or the math or combination. But we can't make that change. DOE has to approve that change.
So my question about other districts is if what we are proposing is the same as other districts, and we can point to those other districts, so we'd be asking for a change that's already approved elsewhere. If that is the case, do you think there might be an avenue to pursue that, since we're not creating something that isn't already approved elsewhere?
My understanding is they just need to review the document, and verify that that's the only change. I don't see Dr. Well, I can't see Dr. Sasser because of the cameras. Oh, there she is. Did I recall the facts correctly? Yes. So that's all they need to. They need to review the entire plan to make sure there aren't any other changes, that we're not like sneaking something else in.
Yeah, I know I'm like simplifying this, but it would seem like if we can state to them, if our plan is consistent with X, Y, and Z, can you approve it? Like, and if we're lying to them, then after the fact, when they get their act together, then they could say, whoops, that's not what you told you.
I may be mistaken, but I believe it has more to do with our agreement with the Classroom Teachers Association and the teachers' right, as they should, to be able to know how they're going to be evaluated at the end of the year. And so because we do not have a decision from the state, even if we said, if it gets approved, this is how we're going to do it, we may not get an approval, let's say, to the end of the first 9 weeks. That's not fair to the classroom teachers that it's impacting.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I was just hoping that we could get DOE to say, we'll approve it as long as it's consistent, as opposed to we have to review this, we have to start over from scratch. But that was just too simple. So I get what you're saying, and I understand that things aren't ever that simple. All right, so we'll just hope for the best, and if not, this will definitely be a board priority for next year. All right, with that, I think we are poised for a motion. Do we have a motion for adoption? We've already approved the amendment, so it would be
So
a
moved.
motion.
Second.
I'm sorry, who is the first? Thank you. Member Gallo motion issues the motion, and we have. Uh-oh.
I did not read into the record the notifications to CTA in our work sessions. That has to be part of the record as we're approving the policy, so I apologize. We held a work session on policy IA, student progression plan, on the 12th of May and on the 9th of June. We made notification to both the Classroom Teachers Association and OSPA on the 22nd of April, the 29th of April, and the 20th of April. The reason there are 3 notifications is because we had another work session scheduled and that was canceled. The publication dates are the same, April 26th, May 3rd, and May 24th, and we are seeking final approval today at the board meeting.
Mr. Palmerini.
So a couple things. One, just wanted to make you aware that there's been I think 3 rules that have just passed the State Board of Education that are going to require tweaks to this. We'll probably bring these back as technical changes because we're going to have to tweak our policy to conform with the rules that's passed by the Board of Education, number one. Number two, I just want to make sure that the motion was we're approving this as amended.
Mm-hmm.
Got it, just
Yes.
making sure.
Yes. All right, that's the motion, correct? Yes. Member Gallo. All right, Member Gallo moves that we approve this policy as amended, and we have a second from Vice Chair. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, we are on to item 3.02, approval of proposed board policy, IJNDC, appropriate use of electronic resources. Dr. Vasquez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a policy that we have had wonderful discussions. I've also commented previously that I believe the feedback we have received from the many, many stakeholders on this make it one of our most robust policies. We have held work sessions on the 28th of April, the 12th of May, and the 21st of July. Notification was made on the 8th of April, the 29th of April, and the 24th of June. The publication dates were the 12th of April, the 3rd of May, and the 28th of June, and we are seeking approval today on the 28th of July.
Mr. Palmerini.
I just want to make the board aware, the State Board of Education has put out a notice of proposed rulemaking on AI policies and what they're going to require. It's a pretty extensive policy. It's going to require numerous things, parental notifications. I believe it's an opt-in to usage of AI as opposed to an opt-out. So normally what we do is we pass these policies as is, and in order to make sure we have something in place for the first day of school, we should probably, in my opinion, pass this policy tonight. But we're going to have to come back to the board to make changes to this policy to reflect the requirements of the State Board of Education's rule, and we're going to have those changes in place. I believe it's prior to January 1st. So in the fall, we will be bringing this back, but my recommendation is we approve the policy tonight so we have something in place the first day of school.
All right, thank you, Mr. Palmerini. Mr. Palmerini, do we have any speakers?
We have 2 speakers, Stefana Farrell, and then followed by Stephen Holtzman.
All right. Vice Chair, do you need to make comments in advance? Or, thank you. We usually hear from y'all first. I just needed to find out if it was a technical issue. Welcome back.
You're going to see me a lot tonight.
What'd you say?
I said you'll see me a lot tonight. I'm sorry. Artificial intelligence is here to stay, and I appreciate that our district is developing a framework to guide its responsible use. My comments tonight are not about whether we should use AI. They are about whether we are implementing it thoughtfully. First, I have questions about oversight. Will students and staff have access to open source or unvetted commercial AI models while using the OCPS network? Or will the firewall prevent access? If so, how will they know whether a particular tool complies with the district policy. The responsibility appears to rest largely on individual users, but AI is evolving almost daily. New tools are released faster than most educators or students can evaluate them. Will the district provide ongoing training to help users identify approved and unapproved AI tools? Could there also be a warning or notification with district systems reminding users to proceed with caution when accessing AI platforms? Good policies are supported by good guardrails. Second, I was disappointed not to see a parent opt-out. Of course, that will probably be addressed, and I plan on speaking to the state about opt-outs versus opt-ins. But if AI is simply another instructional tool, families should have the opportunity to choose instructional approaches that place greater emphasis on direct teacher engagement and traditional learning methods. Providing that choice would help build trust as the district expands its use of this technology. I also believe the policy would benefit from a clear grade level framework. Allowable AI use should not look the same in kindergarten as it does in high school. A simple rubric outlining age-appropriate use would provide valuable guidance for teachers, students, and families while promoting consistency across the district. Finally, I hope we continue to prioritize media literacy and critical thinking before expanding AI use. Students first need to learn how to evaluate sources, recognize misinformation, construct arguments, solve problems, and write independently. Those foundational skills should come before asking AI to assist with those same tasks. AI has tremendous potential to enhance education, but it should supplement learning, not replace the work of learning. If we build a strong foundation first, our students will be prepared to use AI as a powerful tool rather than becoming dependent on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Devon. All right. Yes, Mr. Holtzman, welcome.
Good evening, Stephen Holzman, 32812. I was fortunate enough to be able to attend that work session and different conversations in the past talking about AI and the policies moving forward. While the latest developments are fast changing, the history, the books that were written on the way here, they're in the books, as they say. I'm an independent researcher. I am particularly interested in Jerry Bruner. Many here are familiar with the concepts of scaffolding. We are familiar with scope and sequence. If you look through the standards, you might see versions of his different internal representations, inactive, iconic, and symbolic. This is a man that shaped education in the 60s off the National Defense Education Act in 1958. His fingerprints are all over everything that we do. He fell out of favor. Governor Reagan, I understand, didn't like him very much. Other conservatives in Congress didn't like him. For somebody who we use his language all the time, it is very notable to the plot of where we are that he wrote criticisms of AI in the 80s, in the 90s. This to me is huge. It should be part of everybody's conversation. AI is not new in education, and anybody who is calling themselves an expert in education should be familiar with the history of the cognitive sciences, Bruner's place in that, where our ideas are coming from. I'm very interested in the possibility of some kind of advisory council for discussing AI. I don't know what tools are in the board's workshop, but I would love to see parents. I would love to see some students on that board. Of course, teachers, and other experts who are not just keeping track of the latest developments that are fed to us by these massive companies who have tools to sell. I would like to see some deeper conversations of how we got here and where some of our ideas for how we do education come from. Bruner called the cognitive revolution, he played a key role in it. He called it a failed revolution. The computational metaphor, he considered it ruined psychology. He had things to say about psychometrics. He worked with the Likert scale in World War II before going over in D-Day. I just found that out. After the invasion, he interviewed the French. It's a big story. I think that story is a key part of how we move forward, not necessarily getting every little detail of these policies right when the game is changing so much. Those are my comments. Thank you so
All right,
much.
Thank you. Mr. Holzman, we actually do have an advisory committee. I think it's still in place for AI, but I'm intrigued. We don't have the kind of variety of representation there. And so,
Yeah, I would love to hear from kids directly what their experiences
Yeah,
are.
no, I think
They're
that-
valuable, not just the tests they take, but the things that they say, that's valuable data. I consider that more admissible data than some
Yeah.
of those test scores. So thank you.
we did surveys, yeah. Anyway, yeah, all right. Thank you. Yeah. Any other speakers? Member Salamanca. Yeah, I was.
You know,
You're
I
up.
speak on
You're
AI,
up.
of course. It really truly to highlight, I don't think I've ever, since being on this board, had a policy that has had so much feedback. I mean, it was thousands of teachers at the beginning of the process, thousands of teachers at the end of the process, thousands of families, parents, community members. And I think I myself went through every single, truly the raw comments, not just call it the AI summary of all these comments. And so I do want to say thank you to Maurice on our team for being so thoughtful about this, as a superintendent of her team, because this is really hard. It's like building a plane while we're flying. Like it's moving so quickly. And I think that this board, above all else, mostly care truly about like safety and guardrails, right? We don't know yet what this looks like, and I think this is a policy that's going to come back every single year. But the guardrails and the safety of student data and our employees was the most important one. And so, to your question, open source and unvetted commercial AI models will not be allowed on the OCPS network, and you will not be able to access it. That is absolutely part of the policy. The only models that are approved through our vendor process and procurement process, which part of that procurement process includes making sure that any model we use does not use student data, progression data, employee data to train their models, is kind of like number one guardrail that we have. And so that being said, there is not a lot we can do if employees go home and use open source, unvetted commercial models at home. And I think that is a still ongoing concern that I have, that if an employee or staff member uploads an IEP or any data information of a student, that is now open source for the world to see. And that is, I don't think that our policy goes far enough on the implications of that. One, because it's incredibly difficult to monitor. We don't know what people do at home and what work they take at home. So there's definitely a lot that this is opening up just the world up to, not just us. This is not unique to OCPS. And the other one was on the opt-out and opt-in. That is a huge discussion. I think my background is in technology, and I like to remind folks that AI is not just going to be the front-facing chatbot that everybody interacts with. AI is going to be like the cloud. Nobody knows where it is, how it hangs out. Opting out of the cloud today, if any of us were to try to go about it, is incredibly difficult. It's on your phone, it's on your computer. The cloud is everywhere, and so AI will be part of not just the front-facing aspects of every computer and cell phone. It's in the pipes of how data and information is going to get processed. And so I'm a big supporter of opting out of, call it instructional AI, or anything that is front-facing of a student. What I worry, not just with the state or with any policy, is call it AI as a general thing. That's like saying let's opt out or opt in out of the cloud, which is very basically impossible. Every single one of our student tools are basically loading and unloading into the cloud. So that's going to be a much longer thing, but I do feel good about where the policy is as a starting point, and this is going to be an ongoing thing. And so thank you for your comments, and definitely an ongoing concern. I always encourage folks to go back to see all the ups and downs we've had with this policy, because I think this board has really asked so many questions on it. So yeah, that was just it.
All right, thank you. Member Vanos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do want to thank Mr. Dragon and his team. This has been, I came to this conversation with a very different perspective than him and his team and many other members of my board. And he always responded and just had such professionalism, and his competence in the area was so obvious, and I really appreciated that. And when I say this has been a painstaking process, I recognize that most of the pain has brought by me, and so I also want to thank my fellow board members and the superintendent for their patience, also for their thoughtfulness and their comments. I think it's important to take in everybody's thoughts, and reasonable people can disagree, and reasonable people can have different opinions. I think AI is ever changing. It's even since we started having these conversations, it has drastically changed. I think there has been increased backlash. I think we've seen some of our higher education institutions, law schools, are not allowing some of their first-year law students to use AI. And I don't think there's really high-quality evidence that shows that AI benefits K-12 students. That might change, and I'm open to that. And if it changes, I think we should discuss that. So I also really want to thank the superintendent for recognizing that this is something that we're going to continuously look at and continuously evaluate and continue to take in our community's comments. Throughout this entire process, I've also expressed, I think AI literacy, though, for K-12 is very important, because I think there are great potential benefits in medicine and research and technology and science. But I also think there are potential detriments that need to be shared with respect to cognitive development and thinking, an over-reliance on technology, and a decline in interpersonal skills. So I'm really curious to see what the literacy program looks like once it is finalized. All of that to say, despite the vast improvements in this policy and some really great and thoughtful work, I will be voting down this policy today because I think there needs to be an opt-out provision for students. I think there can be many valid reasons that parents want their student to not use AI for instruction. I should have clarified that, using AI for instruction. And I think they should be able to opt out, particularly when parents can opt out of books, access to books, and health education, for which there is actually very strong evidence that comprehensive health education improves student outcomes. So again, I want to thank Mr. Dragon, his team, and my board and superintendent, but that is why I will not be voting in favor of this policy today. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vanos. Member Gallo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be voting up this policy. To Member Vanis's point, I think we're going to have to tackle the whole opt-in, opt-out after the State Board of Education decides if the rule is passed or not. I have serious concerns about the opt-in, and I think that if it does get passed by the State Board of Education, we need to be very clear with our parents. As Member Salamanca mentioned, I don't know of any program that doesn't at some point contain some type of AI. So for a parent to opt out would really limit their access to resources that would benefit them, especially the students that are struggling readers or that they struggle in numeracy, because most of those programs that we use for them are adaptive. I would also argue that the state test is also adaptive, which probably uses AI as well, and they're not going to be allowed to opt out of the state testing. So I think it would really require a lot of thoughtfulness and a lot of communication with our parents so that they understand what that looks like and the downside to opting out. That would be my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gallo. I want to follow up on the issue of some sort of interest group advisory committee. Not that a decision on that would be made now, but I think that there's a difference between sending out surveys and having a group that meets and discusses the issues. It's kind of like if each of us get a survey question, we'll answer it. But when we sit down as a board and we start talking, we come to different conclusions because we hear different perspectives. And so that's where, I mean, it'll be hard to figure out who's at the table. No, it's easy to figure out which groups should be at the table, which individuals would be more challenging. But I think I have a volunteer in the third row. I have some more volunteers. You were voluntold, but I won't be here much longer. But I do think it's worthwhile to think about having that group that convenes, kind of like your advisory committee that you use, very similar, because I just think there's a lot that's going to change, and a lot of discussions could take place between different groups that will think of problems, solutions, and education that needs to take place. So that's my contribution to this conversation. I got a couple of thumbs up. I'm feeling like I'm on a roll. All right, all in motion. We have to start with that. Yes.
Motion.
You have a motion
To approve item 3.01.
All right. Motion from the vice chair. Do I have a second? Oh, I'm sorry.
3.02.
Oh,
Apologies.
Second by Member Ferrant. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries with all members voting in the affirmative except for Member Banos. Thank you. Oh, I am sorry. Thank you. For all members present. I think I said present, which I did, but that wasn't very helpful. Yes, and should you hear her? All right. All members voting in the affirmative except for Member Felder, who is not here, and Member Vanos, who voted in the negative. Good? Okay. Well, that was a very good discussion, though. We are on 3.03. 3.03. Dr. Vasquez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Policy 3.03 JLIA addresses student automobile use and parking. Has had quite a number of changes. Again, another policy that has had robust conversations, primarily around e-bikes and scooters. We have a proposed policy in place. One thing I do want to ask the board, that if the policy passes, we do need to have a short conversation about implementation timelines. If you'll recall, we had some conversations around following a similar path as we did with cell phones, giving a little bit of a lead time, making sure families are aware before we actually start enforcing. So with that, I do want to note that we had 2 work sessions on this, July the 7th and July the 21st. We made notification to both CTA and OSPA on the 24th of June. We made the publication date on the 28th, and then we are hoping to seek approval at today's board meeting.
Thank you. And Mr. Palmerini?
So
We have speakers, I'm
just
sure.
before I get to the speakers, I just wanted to clarify something from the last time. We had some question about the number and percentage of our students who use micromobility devices. I frankly wasn't aware of it. So before that, I called Alkivia Haynes in my office up, and we said that was the county's data. It was actually our data presented to the county, but I want to, on the May 18th meeting, but I want to make sure I put this out there just so everybody knows it. We sent out a survey to 220 school principals in December 2025 regarding e-scooters and e-bikes. That survey returned that approximately 11,800 of our students regularly traveled by e-scooter or e-bike. Of those students, 42% attended middle school. So it wasn't 42% of all of our students. It was 42% of the 11,800 that attended middle school that used e-bikes or e-scooters. 32% of the students who use e-scooters and e-bikes attended high school. 26% were in elementary school. I just wanted to make sure and clarify that from last week, because I wasn't aware of it, and I just wanted to make sure everybody had the correct data. It was our data. 11,800 students approximately use e-scooters, e-bikes. 42% middle school, 32% high school, 26% elementary school.
Okay. I think a media outlet reported, based on our information, the interpretation that it was 42% of middle schoolers. So thank you for clarifying that. All right.
All right. So now for our speakers. I'm sorry.
So let me just real quickly,
Speaking after speakers.
yeah, everybody is lit up, but we generally, unless the technical question? Yeah.
For Mr. Palmerini, if I would like to make an amendment to this policy what would be the correct procedure to do that? Is it to listen to our speakers first, then make it, or make it now so if it passes, they understand what they'll be speaking to?
So typically what we have done is listen to the speakers first, so you can get an idea, and then
That's true.
so you guys can hash it out. And then I would suggest after the speakers, if you want to make a motion to amend the policy, remember, any amendment that we make to this has to be in response to a comment we received either by email or what one of the speakers says.
Understood. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Let's take our first speaker.
Your first speaker is Nate Clark, followed by Heather Grimmer, Jared Langhouse, and Caitlin Weaver.
How many speakers do we have altogether?
I believe it's 9 that have checked in. So
And it's how many minutes? 3. Okay, thank you. Welcome, sir.
Good evening. My name's Nate Clark. I'm a parent from Baldwin Park. 4 of my kids ride e-scooters every single day to school and after-school activities, and they've been doing so for 2 years. They're starting this year in grade 5, 6, 8, and 9, and we live within 2 miles of Baldwin Park Elementary and Glenridge Middle, so there are no school buses. So if this passes tonight, I don't know how they're getting to school on August 11th. I don't think we're an unusual family. Your survey showed that tens of thousands of OCPS students ride these devices to school in the last year. And I'm not going to stand up here and pretend that there isn't a problem with e-bikes. There is. I see it every day, kids riding without helmets, teenagers zooming on those illegal electric motorcycles, doing wheelies and zooming through traffic. It's a real problem, and it scares me too. But this ban, this policy doesn't fix any of it. Every one of those problems happens out on the road and not on your campus. Banning a scooter from a bike rack doesn't put a helmet on a kid's head. It doesn't take a single illegal motorcycle off of the street. But here's what would. Florida law already requires helmets for kids under 16. Bicycle, e-bike, or scooter, it doesn't matter. That law exists today. A study published this April by the Consumer Product Safety Commission found that fewer than 1 in 5 injured students or injured persons who went to the ER after an e-scooter accident were wearing a helmet. 1 in 5. So if we solve for that, we solve the injuries. That's the number that hurts kids. And we've never seriously enforced that rule or that law that we already have. So enforce it. Cite the illegal motorcycles and impound them. Teach the kids to ride safely, issue warnings, citations, call the parents of kids not wearing helmets. Any of that does much more than a ban. The ban's also out of step with the law everywhere else. Florida law gives an e-scooter the same rights and responsibilities as a bicycle. It says that it needs no driver's license. The state says, why would we be turning away a scooter when we're allowing the bicycle to come by right behind it? Everyone is regulating the behavior, and we're banning parking. I don't see how that makes sense. Let's think about what actually happens on August 11th if this ban goes into place. More cars in your car line, kids late or absent, kids chaining their scooters to the fences across the street and walking across the street, where in Florida, a pedestrian accident is 3 times more likely to be fatal than a bicycle accident. And think about who pays for it. On any school morning in Baldwin Park, I see throngs of kids riding responsibly, backpacks on, helmets on, making eye contact, crossing in crosswalks, doing everything we've asked of them.
Sir. Great
It's unnecessary,
comments.
it's unfair. Please vote no.
Thank you. Thank you for wrapping up.
Next
All right.
speaker is Heather Grimmer, followed by Jared Langhouse, Caitlin Weaver, Stefana Farrell.
Good evening, Board. My name is Heather Grimmer, and I live in Avalon Park, 32828. I have 2 young kids who attend Timberlakes Elementary School. I'm here to ask you to slow down before making a decision that could have unintended consequences for many families. Micromobility devices are a vital form of transportation for many students. For some, they're the only reliable way to get to school on time, especially when bus routes are unavailable, parents are working, or walking long distances is not practical. Restricting their use could create additional barriers to getting to school, potentially leading to increased tardiness absenteeism, and unequal access to education. Removing that option without fully considering the broader impact is a rushed response to a complex issue. Safety should be the priority, not taking away a transportation option that many students depend on every day. Instead of taking these devices away, let's focus on making their use safer. That means educating students on responsible riding, enforcing helmet use, promoting traffic law compliance, improving infrastructure where needed, and ensuring drivers are more aware of young riders. Safety is a shared responsibility. We all want to protect our children, but protecting them doesn't mean always taking something away. Sometimes it means teaching them to use it responsibly and creating a safer environment for everyone. I urge you to pause, gather input from families and experts, and pursue solutions that improve safety without limiting students' mobility. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jared Langhels, followed by Caitlin Weaver, Stefana Farrell, Brent Moore.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Is it this one?
Yeah, either one.
Okay,
Both.
great.
Yes.
Good evening. I'm Jared Langhals. My family and I just moved here from New Mexico, so I'm going to have 2 new students coming into OCPS.
Welcome.
Yeah, thanks. New Mexico sets the bar kind of low when it comes to education, so I'm looking forward to OCPS rising above that. This one was of interest to me. At first, I was like, this sounds like a great policy. You know, I've kind of seen from living here for a little bit some of the craziness, but then also when I slow down and think about it, I kind of have a philosophical issue with this as a parent, because this policy is basically dictating the space between my home and school from a transportation method of my kids getting to school. So kind of a philosophical issue with that. And thankfully, you know, my wife and I could be flexible. So if this is the transportation, if this transportation is taken away, we could figure out how to get our child to school. We don't have school buses similar to the other parents that just talked, and so we could figure it out. Unfortunately, I think there's probably other parents, other situations that might not be so fortunate. You know, a lot of factors go into deciding if a family decides this is a way to get to school. You know, obviously age, responsibility, maturity, but also like distance and neighborhood structure and safety, other things. So, you know, as a family, I know my child, respectfully, you all don't. And so that's kind of a decision that I would hope to be reserved to parents. At the end of the day, if this is approved and that option gets off the table, what I'd ask the school board to look at is maintain this laser focus on safety outside of school grounds. And I think you'll start to realize, oh man, kids on bicycles, they also kind of get hurt sometimes getting to school. Kids on razor scooters, they also sometimes get hurt getting to school. And we might start banning more things, and that's a slippery slope. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, welcome to Orange County Public Schools. Hope to see you more at our meetings. Yep, get involved. All right, let's take our next speaker. What'd you say?
I said, does anybody else know we're freezing?
Oh, right. Yeah, I'm gonna look really silly when I wrap myself in this red blanket, but I'm trying to hide it. Let's see if we can lower this a little bit. Will you help me out, Vice Chair, with this young woman? No, we got you. We got you. We're going to bring it down. It's all right. I don't like standing on my toes. You shouldn't stand on yours. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, everyone, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Caitlin Weaver. My sisters Alexa and Leah are also here with me. Last year, my family moved to Orange County. With my parents having full-time jobs, I, as a 7th grader, had the opportunity to ride an e-scooter to school. This has allowed me to be able to get to school on time and to get home safely, even on days that I have after-school National Junior Honor Society meetings or band practices. With the changes to this micromobility policy that you'll be voting on today that will restrict these devices on school grounds, I, along with many other students, won't be able to ride our devices to school. I do agree that we need guidelines and policies for these micromobility devices, but I don't think that restricting them completely from school property is going to address the main concern of keeping students safe. This is because This is because for a lot of students in my classes, using these devices is the best way to get to school. By voting yes to the proposed policy changes in front of you today, what will likely happen is that students will ride these devices to school, and instead of parking them safely in a school bike rack, they'll have to find an alternative place to park them. I'm fortunate enough to live in an area where there are wide sidewalks that are far away from the road, and my school, Bridgewater, has some procedures in place that keep us safe, such as crossing guards by the school to ensure our safety while crossing the street. They also have a rule that once you get onto school grounds, you have to walk your device to the bike rack. I understand that not all schools are in the same type of location or even set up in the same way. Because of this, a blanketed policy across the county might not be the right decision to make. Each school might need a different solution based on their situation. Overall, I don't think that a blanket restriction on micromobility devices on school grounds is the right choice for both students and parents, and that a more specific solution for each school might be more efficient to address the main concern of the student safety. I would urge you to vote against the changes of this policy today and adjust it to work for all communities. Thank you again for your time, and thank you for allowing me to speak.
Well, thank you. Okay. Yeah, I know. Can we clap? How about thumbs up? I know. Okay, now stop it. This is my...
She could be a future school board member.
I'm sorry, but most of the time you guys are glad that I'm the chair and you just can sit back. But right now, I am really happy I'm the chair because I'm the one who gets to comment. So be quiet down there. Where'd she go?
She's right there.
Oh my gosh. That was amazing. What? I am so impressed. Wow. I mean, don't take me wrong. Everybody who's made comments has done a great job. But you're in 7th grade? Going into 8th. Oh, wow. That is just so impressive. Wow, right? Oh my gosh. Okay. We're going to keep our eye on you, okay? Yeah. And folks, when she's old enough to run for office, you might as well just step out and let her have it. Anyway, very, very impressive. All right, let's take our next speaker. See if you can top that.
Next speaker is
Who wants to follow her?
Farrell. Followed by Brent.
Such poetic
I'm
justice.
sorry, but I'm going to be the counter to a lot of the comments that have been said. So
this is humorous. Go ahead.
Anyway, I appreciate the work the board has done, the work that has gone into developing this new micromobility policy. As these devices become more common, it makes sense for the district to establish clear expectations that prioritize student safety. My comments tonight are simply about clarity, as I support the policy generally, even as a parent of a student that used an e-scooter last year to get to a school that is just under 2 miles away. Before that, he rode his bike. Before that, we walked together. So there are other ways to get to school. First, throughout the policy, the term board property is used repeatedly. While that may be legally accurate, I believe OCPS property would be much clearer for students, parents, and employees. Most people don't think in terms of the school board as a legal entity. They think of OCPS. Using the language that families recognize would make the policy easier to understand. Second, I think the definition of micromobility device tries to accomplish too much in a single paragraph. It would be much easier to follow if it distinguished between non-motorized devices and electric or motorized devices. Since those categories are treated differently throughout the policy, separating the definitions at the beginning would eliminate confusion later. Finally, I have several questions about how this policy will be interpreted. The policy prohibits modified and Class E e-bikes on OCPS property, but it never defines what a Class 3 e-bike is. Are all Class 3 e-bikes prohibited regardless of the student's age or driver's license status? Or is the prohibition only intended to apply to students who are otherwise prohibited from operating motorized devices? Similarly, the policy defines an e-motorcycle but does not specifically call it out as one of the many examples of a micromobility device. Yet later it refers to other motorized vehicles that exceed e-bike classifications. I worry that students and families may struggle to understand where those lines are drawn. Policies work best when there is very little room for interpretation. If students, parents, principals, and school resource officers all read the same policy, they should reach the same conclusion. A few additional definitions and some more consistent terminology would go a long way towards making this policy easier to understand and easier to enforce. I just want to add one more thing. I know this extends beyond what I emailed you before. I know our resources are tight. the things that are being asked in order to police and inform and educate, it goes well beyond what a school district can do. And I understand, yes, my students have to, or my kids have to walk their devices that they currently use onto property, and that is for the safety of all. And I know this district goes beyond serving our students while they're in the schools and outside of the schools, but this is just one thing that is a little too much to ask for you all to police beyond what the police currently do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I really do have to commend you, the work that you did and the points that you made when I read through it. Just like spot on. Regardless of which side of the issue, the observations and the clarifications were so needed. So thank you for that. Thank you. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Madam Chair, board members, Superintendent. My name is Brent Moore. I'm the Executive Director of the Children's Safety Village. For more than 30 years, the Safety Village has been dedicated to one mission, and that mission is preventing childhood injuries and saving lives. During those 30 years, we've had over 150,000 children come out to the Safety Village through hands-on safety training programs consisting of topics such as water safety, bike and helmet safety, pedestrian safety, fire safety, and more. As our community changes, so do the risks our children face. Micromobility devices, whether e-bikes, e-scooters, or other electronic transportation options, are becoming more of everyday life for many of our students. They offer convenience, independence, but they also introduce new safety challenges that many young children are not prepared for. At the Children's Safety Village, we believe education must accompany access. That's why we're currently working with partners such as Orange County government, City of Orlando, Metro Plan Orlando, and other organizations to launch a comprehensive micromobility safety education program later this year. This program will combine online learning. It will also have classroom instruction, equipment and safety reviews, like helmets, very important, and then hands-on skill training on our unique campus. If you haven't been to our campus, we have a working traffic light, stop signs, a roundabout, all those on our campus, and we use those to help with safety education. Tonight's discussion is not just about rules, it's about creating a culture, responsibility, education, and safety that protects our children while preparing them for realities of modern transportation. The Children's Safety Village stands ready to be part of the solution and to help ensure that every child who rides home returns home safely. And we do this because it takes a village. So I want to thank you for your time and commitment to student safety.
Thank you. Thanks for being here and sharing that. And I'm very encouraged. I'm glad y'all are stepping up to the plate. Not the least bit surprised, but very glad. Thank you. All right, next speaker.
Next speaker is Anna Strasshofer, followed by Devin Sylvester.
Okay. You'd get here quicker if you had a scooter. Who wouldn't be?
I actually took a scooter to get here. I used a Lime scooter. They go much slower than a lot of the personal devices. But good evening, Chair, members of the board. My name's Anna Strasshofer. I'm here representing Bike Walk Central Florida. My executive director, Emily Bush, could not attend. She is sick today. We exist to help build a safer Central Florida where people walk, bike, and roll with confidence through partnerships and not prohibitions. That's why we're here to share that we oppose this proposed ban tonight. Right now, a group of state experts are actively drafting a policy to help districts regulate electric micromobility devices, including e-motos as OCPS has defined them. Orange County is also preparing its first reading on a micromobility policy in September, an ordinance that many believe could set the model for the state. We'd ask the school board to be a part of this process. A decision this significant and huge made on a rushed timeline isn't the collaborative approach our students deserve. And you are educators. Educating is how we get to safer streets through driver's education and bicycle handling skills, not bans. Because a ban doesn't teach safety, it just relocates the risk. A student who moves from an e-bike to a regular non-motorized bicycle without understanding right-of-way, or helmet laws is still at risk. We'd rather see that energy go towards the standards already in Florida's education framework. The law already gives us the tools as well. Florida statute mandates helmets for riders under 16. E-motos and devices that go over 30 miles an hour are already illegal for unlicensed minors to operate. The gap isn't the law, it's enforcement, and we're ready to help build that plan. St. John's, Pinellas, and Manatee school districts manage this without a ban, and we ask you do the same holistically and together. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Another great organization in our community. Thanks for all that you do. All right, next speaker.
After Mr. Sylvester, Deborah Smith.
Welcome, sir.
Hi, how are you? I'll be brief because I cannot do better than the seventh grader here. So I just want to address the pending ban on e-scooters and e-bikes. My son's 10 years old. He rode his scooter to school every day last year. It took a while. We taught him the way to go. We rode with him for many, many times to get there, how to go. He never leaves home without his helmet. And we have neighbors who get pictures or videos from him, like riding appropriately or not riding appropriately. Whether or not a child uses an e-scooter or e-bike, it should be up to the parents. It shouldn't be up to the school board. If OCPS is concerned with how these are being used and how kids are using them, then they should educate. OCPS should educate the kids, make it a course that every single kid who wants to ride an e-bike or e-scooter to school, they have to sit through a 15-minute video. Parents have to sign off that they're going to do it. You know, put it on the parents and put it on, you know, the kids to learn it appropriately. I think that's much better than an outright ban.
Well, thank you. Thanks for showing up and sharing your opinion. Welcome.
I want to know who controls this.
She does.
Oh.
I'm supposed to, but my fingers are apparently cold or something. There's
a button up there as well, but yeah, it's usually me.
You can control it yourself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just had to know. My name is Deborah Smith, and I live in 32803, District 6. And I attended the first work session on this topic. So we couldn't make comment, but I did sit through all the presentations that the board was given, just so I could understand what the impact was. I saw the videos, and those are quite disturbing, but that's one video. I didn't see video of students doing the right thing, which would have been nice. But I've been following this discussion, and at this point, I think the board is taking a sledgehammer to the problem. I think you're choosing a top-down directive rather than collaboration. Education and regulation are needed, not a ban. I think the board is going to force students and parents to just get creative. They're going to get creative where they put their bikes, how they store them. It's not going to solve the problem. Banning isn't going to solve the problem. You're just moving it off campus, just so you don't have to see it. That's what I think. It's so hard to see or control, you don't want to deal with it. So let's ban it, which is not a solution because you're removing yourself from the conversation, from the community conversation that we all need to have. As a member of the community, a former teacher, a daily e-bike rider, I would like to see a task force formed including students, parents, teachers, community members, and the district to work on a collaborative solution. I think you should vote no on this top-down policy. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next speaker. We should be close to.
Yes, we have two speakers left.
Okay.
And neither one of them have signed in, but I just want to make sure. Emily Bush and Mike Bustillos.
Okay. Yeah.
Mike's here. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then that would be Mike.
Yeah. For anybody who maybe, go ahead, come on forward. wondering about that. So people often register online, which I'm assuming you did. But once you're online, then when you come in, you also let us know you're here. So that's what Mr. Palmerini meant by
My
registered.
apologies.
That we weren't. No,
Was not aware.
We're glad to have you here.
I'll do it next time.
Okay.
Okay.
That we're going to ban you.
Okay, thank you. Hello, board members. Thank you. My name is Mike Bustillos, 32801. I am a concerned citizen, former teacher myself here in Central Florida for about 10 years. And I'm also a chapter lead with an urbanism organization called Orlando YIMBY, who advocates for walkable, equitable, sustainable city development. And the thing that I wanted to say today is, let the kids scoot. Let them scoot. Pre-license age kids, so middle schoolers, elementary school kids, are still members of society. When I was in the classroom, and I know that many of you have classroom experience, you always get the best results when you treat kids like adults. When you treat them like full members of society, they rise to the expectations. And one of the things that my group does, in addition to our other work, is education. We're reading a book right now called Happy City by Charles Montgomery, which is about what city design is for. Like, what do cities accomplish at their most fundamental levels? And around the world, a lot of cities are built to make people happy, but specifically in North America, most of our cities are designed to move cars around really quickly. And middle schoolers and elementary school kids are people. If the cars are making it dangerous for the students, then we should be changing those traffic patterns to slow down the cars. There are cheap, fast, easy ways to do that from the world of tactical urbanism. You can accomplish this very quickly, and kids today already have limited options for mobility. The sprawling nature of our city designs, and to some extent the weather here in our state, make it really difficult for kids, especially outside of the city core, to walk to school. Banning these micromobility options, banning the scooters and the electric bikes, forces all those kids back into cars, which exacerbates traffic and pollution, environmental destruction, and disproportionately affects the poorest families, like so many other policies that we consider. We shouldn't be removing freedom and mobility options from kids in order to make things more comfortable for cars. Kids today have precious little freedom to roam the way that I did when I was a kid, and the way that you all did when you were growing up, I'm sure. So we should be adapting the system to accommodate them instead. We should be letting them scoot. Let the kids scoot is what I'm here to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. You could go with keep it simple, let them scoot.
Let them scoot.
Keep it simple.
Yeah.
Got your message.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir. All right. Is that our last comment? Okay. Here we go. Member Farran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is definitely a tough subject because there is information from all over the community. We have students that are speaking up, and you did a fabulous job, sweetie. Yes. I love listening to you. Really, very wise. And it is kind of complicated is what it feels like because in one aspect, I love my scooter. Everybody up here knows I love my scooter. So in one aspect, I say, let them scoot. In the other aspect, I'm seeing the results of what's happening when you have hundreds of students using an e-bike or e-scooter at one school. School gets out. All kids are hitting the street at the exact same time. And now you have kids all over the sidewalks, the roads. It is causing problems within the community. We're receiving emails. I actually have received more emails of community members, even some parents, but community members who are saying, please don't allow these on school property because of that very reason. It's either early in the morning or then at after school when there is, dozens and dozens of kids coming off campus at the very exact same time were causing some issues. So it really is kind of a complicated thing. I agree with Ms. Farrell, who came and spoke. There are definitely, I had to read the policy like 10 times to figure out. I thought, wow, they're only talking about e-bikes. So in part 2, where it says student use of micro-mobility devices, and then section A, it defines like an e-bike is an electric bicycle. It talks all about that in a micro-mobility device, but it doesn't really say anything about an e-scooter. Then towards the bottom, we bring up e-scooter. So that's there. I thought, oh, okay, so I guess, wait, I thought we were doing both. Is it just one, not the other? So I think there does need to be some clarification there, that if we are doing both e-bikes and e-scooters, that needs to be clarified. I do think too, the other issue, okay, it sounds great on paper to say, we're just gonna have the schools teach it, we're gonna have them do it. That is a lot of responsibility on a very strained schools district. We have a lot on our plate right now. And so for us to say we're going to just, that's on the school district. That's a lot. It is a lot to enforce, to have more people out there and enforcing and giving, tickets, as somebody had mentioned here earlier, or, impounding or whatever it was. It's a lot on a school to have to require that. For dozens and dozens of years, we have ridden bicycles, we walked to school, and I love my e-bike. My e-scooter. I love it. But I am an adult, and it is different. I've seen the way, not all students, but some students who are younger, who are using it, and I don't want to police, as I think each parent knows what their child is capable of. And what they can use, but I think we need to be wise as a school district and see what is going to be the best for our community and our students. I know somebody had mentioned if we ban this, maybe start looking at, are we going to ban bikes and whatnot. We're not seeing the same thing happening with regular bicycles and non-motorized scooters. So I'd love to hear from some of my other board members, but it is very complicated because in one sense, of course we want parents, they have the right, but at the other side, we've got to be fiscally responsible. There's talks of we'd have to expand our stations, or the bike racks, to be able to accommodate these larger e-bikes and scooters. So that has already been talked about. We don't have funding for that. And I don't even believe that's something we need to do. There's a lot more to it. So I'll let the rest of you share, but I'll probably chime in here
Okay. Thank you, Member Ferrant. Member Gallo, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. I've had an issue with this policy the entire time. Not because I don't want our students to be safe, because I absolutely do. And it's not because I'm not seeing the dangers on the roadways, because I absolutely am. My apprehension really comes from creating a ban before we have all the data that we need. My hesitation comes from that I truly believe that this needs to be a state ordinance, a county ordinance. We need consistency. So even more than a county ordinance, because every county is different. And then if you have municipalities weighing in, people don't know when they're in Orange County unincorporated or when they get into Winter Park or Maitland. So I do feel like this feels rushed to me. Especially for the school year. I would, and I don't know if my board members would be so inclined, at the very, and I'm not even saying I'm going to vote for it if I can get this amendment passed, but at the very least, I do think that students with their permit should be allowed to have these micro mobility devices on a high school campus, and that was sent to me in an email. They have taken a test. They are allowed to drive a vehicle. They know the rules of the road. There's no reason why we shouldn't allow a child with a driver's permit to utilize a micromobility device. So I think at the very minimum, we need to amend the policy to include students with permits. So I would like to offer a motion to change the policy to include any high school student with a permit or a driver's license will be allowed to ride a micromobility device to our campuses.
All right, so we have a motion for an amendment. Do we have a second? Go ahead, sir.
I would second that, but I wanted to see if folks would want to hear from the rest of the board.
Mr. Pomeranyi.
It was more like a procedural thing before.
Yeah, I wasn't called for a vote. I was just trying to get it properly on the table. I do think we need to hear from everybody.
Okay.
And I hear what you're saying, that at a minimum, that we should do that, but that you may not support it anyway, which I appreciate you being straightforward about that. So I want to hear everybody's opinion on everything.
If you want to circle back to me for the motion,
Absolutely. Absolutely. We'll do that.
Thank you.
And just
Yes,
procedurally,
please.
for the record, that email that Member Gallo got, she sent it to me. I sent it to all of you to ensure that it was on the record. So if the board does have the desire to make that change, it is in response to a public comment that you have received.
All right, thank you. All right, and if it looks like we're going that route, we'll come back to you for that, okay? All right, Vice Chair.
Thank you. And yeah, it was more of a procedural question there. So I've probably been the strongest on this board outspokenly against these devices. And so I will bring folks along in the journey. I think probably District 2, given Lake Nona Innovation, is overwhelmingly impacted by this. So I will be transparent of I'm probably my district and who I represent just has seen this a lot more than maybe some of my other board members. I have a video to share. This parent could not be here today, but it is the parent that has influenced how I'm thinking about this more than anything. And so I know the back has it, and then I will kind of take it from there. Yes.
Good afternoon, OCPS Board of Directors. I just wanted to be present in the best way that I could be because I'm unable, unfortunately, to make the meeting tonight. But I wanted to speak my piece just because I know there might be some of you that maybe are swaying against the ban of e-scooters and e-bikes on school campus here in Orange County. And I want to say I'm fully behind those of you that are wanting to ban them. And it's not because my initial push was that's what I wanted, was a ban all around for e-bikes and e-scooters, because actually Colton's accident, more stories have developed and details, and I want you guys to understand what actually happened. And while there are kids that negligently drive the e-scooters and e-bikes, and I know my child probably was one of them at one point in time, but when the accident actually occurred, he was not driving negligently. He was waved into traffic and ultimately was the kiss of death. I need you to understand that this reality is debilitating every single day in everything that I do. It's hard to go to a community event. It's hard to go to a game of any kind. It's hard to see kids Colton's age because they remind me of him and what he could have been. So I wrote, while the potential ban on e-scooters and e-bikes in Orange County public schools is necessary, I believe the conversation goes far beyond what happens on school campuses. It starts in our homes. I know many parents are probably frustrated by this decision, and I truly understand why. I have empathy for the families whose schedules, routines, and livelihoods are now affected because an e-scooter or e-bike was their child's primary means of transportation. Change is rarely comfortable. But I'd encourage parents to look at this from a different perspective. Think back to life before e-scooters and e-bikes, when driving our children to school was simply part of the routine. Those rides weren't just about transportation, they were opportunities to reconnect. Even if it was only for 10 to 15 minutes, it was uninterrupted time to talk, laugh, listen, and prepare our kids for the day ahead. Your child may never tell you how much those moments matter, but I can promise you they do. I still have a birthday card from Colton that he gave me 2 years ago. In it, he, as a child, wrote about how much he appreciated and loved our morning conversations on the way to school. It takes the responsibility and liability off of you guys. I can't understand why you would want to have them on campus. I've been thinking about it thoroughly. It just creates babysitting that you guys don't have time for. What could be implemented in the school day is roadway safety and education on how to use crosswalks and where and what to do, when to go, when not to go. I would love for it to be called Would You Go? Because when this adult waved Colton into traffic, I want other kids to understand, would you go? No, you never get waved into traffic. What if instead of focusing on the inconvenience of getting our kids to school or practice, we chose to see this as an opportunity to reclaim that time together? I know firsthand how difficult that adjustment can be because at one point I often said that Colton's e-scooter was his means of transportation too. I understand the convenience. I lived it. But I also live with the unimaginable reality of what can happen. I unfortunately succumbed to societal pressure. And I finally gave in to a scooter, and it took away moments where I could have been spending with Colton. Bringing him to school, making sure his day was started off right, just like we always did. So, because y'all were put in a role to make a difference, you're on a platform where you get the opportunity to make a difference. Why not use your voice? It's so impactful. You guys all have the ability to make that call. I need y'all to know this kind of grief is unbearable. Like I said, it's debilitating. It changes every part of who you are forever. If people want to blame me, criticize me, or question my role in advocating for this change, I can accept that. I would rather carry that weight than watch another family experience what ours has endured.
For each speaker.
I am grateful this policy is happening, but it cannot end here. A ban alone is not enough. Are what will ultimately save lives. If sharing our story helps prevent even one family from experiencing this kind of loss, then every difficult conversation will have been worth it.
All right, team, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And so just for context, Colton lost his life. He was one of 2 students in my district who lost his life because of e-bikes and scooters this year. As the mother hinted with some context, this was a student, whether he was wearing a helmet or not, was crossing. An adult in a car said, go ahead. And he went ahead, and this thing goes really fast, 30, 40 miles an hour. And the car next to that car that let him go did not stop. And it was a pickup truck. And that was the end of his life. We have kids making these second, in-the-moment decisions every single day. And so, every alternative, I thank you so much for everyone who came up here to speak to all the potentials and alternatives. Every single alternative sounds reasonable on paper, and it truly falls at execution. The arrival and dismissal of schools every single day where thousands of students are riding these devices. Enforcing helmets when only 1 in 5 wear helmets, that falls on our staff and our teachers to do that. Checking if these things have been modified, so they have different motors to go faster, wires have been cut, batteries have been upgraded, and not to mention, we don't want to be that school whose lithium battery blows up next to hundreds of other lithium batteries. That's not just going to impact the one kid who made a really wrong call in that moment. Monitoring the speeds, determining the maturity of students. Each of those lands on the same small group of staff who are already outnumbered by hundreds, and in some schools, thousands of e-bikes and devices. So we just don't have that adult to student ratio to do it well and to do it fairly. And asking our teachers and our principals to take on traffic enforcement and speed enforcement that potentially sets them up to fail and sets up our kids to get hurt is something that I've struggled with I've met with so many of these parents this year. We're operating without a net. Yes, there's some state requirements, but the city and the county is still not clear on some of these guidelines, let alone in school zones. So, the law enforcement even has said to us that they have a hard time enforcing this because there's not enough cops to put at every school to then check every kid with every helmet and every bike. So if they can't do it, why is it fair to put that on our teachers and staff and principals, right? Every single accident that I have reviewed with parents and families, multiple now that are fatal, has layers of nuance on who made what decision, who didn't. When to yield, when to go, whether the e-bike was modified, whether this student was a new driver, had another incident where a brand new driver who just got his license, student, hit another student who had also just gotten the scooter. So all of this really complicates what we're seeing here. These are split-second choices and decisions being made by thousands of students that don't have a permit, that don't have a license, many of them in elementary school, many of them in middle school. And so I cannot in good conscience vote to encourage these devices on our campus until we have, I'm not saying we don't come back to this policy. I'm not saying this policy is always going to be like this. We can always learn from the age and maturity, and maybe the city and the county come back to us. But as the new school year starts, as someone who's now lost multiple students in my district whose lives were lost, and I don't want to debate who was right or wrong in that case, I just can't. And I truly am incredibly concerned about the amount of students that change the lithium batteries on these devices, and in 100+ degree weather during the summer and the spring, these things start to smoke. It's really dangerous. It's not just the convenience of my kid gets to school faster. Truly, it's not. And we have to think about the safety of an entire school district, and many, many families and students. There might be a parent out there who doesn't let their kids ride the e-bike or e-scooter for their own safety. And what happens if these lithium batteries goes off? Like, they're not going to be happy that their decision was impacted by other people's decisions. So I'm all about not parenting with any of you. It's really hard to enforce this. I hear the equity argument, and I'm telling you, these things are $2,000, so this does not impact everyone equally. So I will very clearly be voting in support of this. That being said, I am in support as Member Gallo's amendment of the permit, because that is a class. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Member Douglas.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Farrell, for your comments. Always welcome. Thank you for great ideas. And as you see, we're taking into account what you're saying, and we're discussing, okay? And you matter. You all matter, okay? Our students, I taught for 25 years. Our students had bicycle and scooters. There was just not the E next to the scooters, in front of the scooter, Scooters, these mobility devices can be compared to a motorcycle. And these are young kids that are not developed front, the cortex yet developed, that drive these motorcycles. And you can see them on the road. It's extremely dangerous, and it's not safe. All right? And we all want our children to go to school safely and come home safely. They can still scoot, okay, but not with those devices. They're very dangerous. And I love the aspect of creating memories with your kids. That's priceless and valuable. You cannot take it back. So that's my take on it.
Thank you, Member Douglas. Member Byrd?
Thank you. I'm gonna push back a little bit with all the comments about this is the only way my kids can get to school, or I don't know how we're going to figure out how to get them to school. As has been said before, children have been getting to school, families have been getting kids with multiple kids in different schools for years before e-bikes and e-scooters. They figure out ways to do it, either using, in even working parents, using before school care if they have to drop off early, doing carpools in neighborhoods, doing walking pools in neighborhoods. There's ways it can be done. It's been done in the past. I do not believe that taking away e-bikes and e-scooters is going to cause students to not be able to get to school. With that being said, I did come into the meeting tonight thinking that we might want to pause since we got a letter from Orange County stating that they're going to do their ordinance, the first reading of their ordinance, September 29th rather. And local cities have been making ordinances. We've already got Ocoee, Winter Garden, Winter Park, and City of Orlando, I believe. So I think that what we are going to see are, I think we are in the next few months probably going to see some changes that hopefully will take this out of our hands, because as I said at the last meeting, we have got enough on our plates. We do not need to be the DMV. We do not need to be checking helmets, and that is not our core business, right? So, and we can't. We're stretched too thin already. So I came into this meeting thinking I was going to ask the board if they would be interested in postponing at least until after the first quarter or maybe December to see where we're at that point, and work with law enforcement partners and all the partners that showed up tonight that are already working on education to see what we could do. But I still think that this is a volume issue where we've got, in some schools, 300 kids at the same time leaving and taking over roads and sidewalks. And I understand there's so many that aren't in that situation. In my own neighborhood, we don't have this problem. I've got single ones every now and then. We don't have the big crowds. So I could see where you might not understand what a serious problem this is in some areas. And I think our student speaker had a great point. It may be something that is possibly we could look at different schools doing different things. I spoke to the superintendent yesterday about schools possibly doing staggered dismissal by grade level so that you don't have them all going at one time. Or some principals like having them because they've got traffic issues around the school. Some principals do not. So it may be, I don't know if it's something that we could do individually. So this was the whole reason I was going to ask the board if they'd be willing to pause. I'd be willing to go to agree to that. But I also think I can also understand the board's decision to go ahead and vote for them tonight. And then if something changes and we can come back, we could always change it at a later point. So I'm kind of still on the fence.
All right. Thank you, Member Byrd. Member Banos.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And first of all, I want to thank all of the people who took the time to come out here tonight and all of the people who took the time to email us. I especially want to thank the student. My 3 daughters agree with you, and they're like, Mommy, people are going to be so mad at you. So they agree with you. But I think some of the comments that I have received, a lot of the emails have been extremely thoughtful, and they have given really good ideas. One suggested, could we use impact fees to create multi-use pathways to have safer micromobility devices? And you can't, but I thought it was a good idea to ask. Another parent said if students are going to have to use bikes and walking, as my children do, could we have lockers at school so that they don't have such heavy backpacks and they can at least keep their bikes, or they can at least keep books and heavy things at school so that they can walk and bike. So I don't know, that's something we can look into, but I really appreciated the thoughtfulness of those comments. I also did want to just go back a little bit to how we got here, because some of the comments are centered on the fact that school's starting in 2 weeks. The superintendent stated that we had 2 work sessions on micromobility devices, but I know we at least had another planning session or work session in February and March, and I know we had another one before that in the fall. So there've really been, at least from what I can recall, at least 4 public meetings that we have been talking about this over the last year. I know I share on my social media page before any meeting what the topics are, and so I have shared that. Media has covered this for the last year. We have made, in addition to work sessions, we've also made comments at the end of board meetings. I know that I am not the only I'm not the only board member that has also met with our county commissioners, with our city commissioners. I have co-held a town hall on this topic. I've also testified in Tallahassee on the micromobility bill. And so I say that because this has been a thoughtful and deliberate process. This has not been something that we just came and decided, all right, let's just put this policy because it's easy. I don't like to speak for everyone on the board, but I would be surprised if anybody on this board actually wants to ban micromobility devices. I don't think anybody does. I feel personally, I'll speak for myself, that we have been forced into this situation because counties and cities have not acted on this in the state. And I give our counties and cities credit because a lot have been making progress. Commissioner Russell, Commissioner Wilson, and others. I know a lot of them were probably waiting on guidance from the state because there was a bill going through session this year, which was just vetoed in July, so they may have been waiting. So I give them, I get it. But the reality is, we're here now and school is starting and there's nothing in place. There are no common sense. If there are rules, there's real not consistent enforcement. There are some good education programs, but I think we need to see whether they will actually make riding safer. And I definitely think they need to incorporate hands-on training. And if we can get that, listen, I will work with, let's open up our tracks and let's open up our parking lots so that we can have this training on school campuses. I think we need it. I think right now, if we have good videos, we should be showing them to our students in schools. In addition to that, I have long been an advocate with many of the groups that are here for better infrastructure. I have long supported more multi-use pathways, and any commissioners and any groups that want to advocate for that, I will stand with you. I believe we need it in our communities so that everyone can be safer. Our micromobility users, our cyclists, our walkers, our runners, all of them can be safer together. Make sure I didn't miss anything. So I think when it comes to enforcement, we just need help. And I feel that we need to act. I am going to vote in favor of this policy now with the hopes that our counties and cities are going to come up with some great policies and rules, and we can go back and revisit this and change it. So hopefully that will happen soon. And again, appreciate everyone's advocacy.
All right, thank you. Member Felder.
Good evening. First of all, I am so thankful for the persons that came forth to talk, parents and a little student I miss teaching, to come up and share. I'm about to age myself. We rode bicycles with baskets in front of the bicycles to school, and seeing like the double bicycles, that was the biggest kind of thing. I was excited about trying to get a bicycle like that. However, I think the last time we talked about it, I was recorded just saying no, 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 no. But I do want to talk about the fact that I clearly understand that we don't want to, being in the classroom over 40-some years, you do need to allow children to think, and you want to try to give them the opportunity to make decisions. But I also know that we can't just look at one part of OCPS's district where the children who are riding bikes or e-bikes that are going to be responsible, because there's another side that they're not going to be. And there are parents who are here that are going to be responsible and make sure that their son and their daughter has the helmet on and talk to them about traffic rules. But there's another group who doesn't have time to do that. They just, that's just not on their radar. You got a bike, get to school. I need you because I got this job and that job. And I'll never forget what I saw just recently on Orange Avenue. An ambulance was trying to get through, and they couldn't because of the children on the bikes, and they couldn't stop and yell at them and, write them on a referral. You had to just wait. That's somebody's mom, dad, brother, sister, daughter, son, grandmother, grandfather didn't make it to the hospital because they had to wait. I think that the city and the county and the state should not put this responsibility on Orange County Public School educators. Our business is to educate, to deal with operations, and this board's responsibility is to govern the operations of the district, not to decide on traffic rules. I think because this county and the city and perhaps the state has not come to full circle to really take responsibility on this particular issue, because it is an issue that needs great discussion. I don't think you can hurry up and do it, but we can't hurry up and just do nothing and watch the lives of children die. Because, and I know I wasn't there, but I know exactly that person in the car. You see kids, go ahead, baby, and you don't see the car to the left because I've done it. Roll up, go ahead, honey. I'm gonna stop. Go ahead, going across the street, and the kid will wait, and I'll usher, but I don't see the car to my left or my right that's coming like a bat out of Hades and then kills the kid. I don't see that. So, where I understand totally and fully how you want your children to be able to be comfortable, they got enough to deal with to just trying to live in this life. If some things you can give them to make them happy and contented about school, then baby, ride the bikes. But when I see what has happened and what I envision that might happen, because we have chosen to just don't worry about the band. No. Again, no. 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 I cannot in good conscience. Now, I can agree with perhaps maybe if something down the line, we get the proper ordinances from the city and the county, we can revisit it. Okay, but right now, you're not going to leave us with this thing in the middle and you're just sitting there looking, waiting for us. No, that is not our responsibility. We are to educate and to govern the education of our students, not direct traffic. That is not our job. So, board members and chair, my position remains the same. No. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Felder. Okay, for me, this is one of the hardest decisions to make. And I think because there are so many strong, compelling arguments on both sides. I hate to say sides because I don't think this is an issue of sides. It's different positions, but I guess there's a part of me that really strongly believes that we need to limit ourselves to the roles that we are expected to govern, and that is what happens on our campuses. And so for us to get outside of that zone, I don't remember who it was who said, now we're trying to govern what happens between my house and the school, and that is not our job, and that is parents' jobs, and I do respect and acknowledge that. And at the same time, when I listened to Salamanca talking about the batteries, which as I listened to all of you, I'd forgotten about the batteries. I don't think we have a solution in place right now for how we could handle the parking in a way, the infrastructure in place to make sure that we don't have one lithium battery that goes off and has the domino effect to other e-bikes that are parked adjacent to it, and that is a genuine, real threat that at this point we don't have a solution for. I know we're not alone in pondering and wrestling with that. I think that with the city and the county and the cities all looking at the different ordinances, that it certainly to me makes sense for us. One, Superintendent, you wanted to talk about if we move forward, implementation time, and I think there needs to be a delayed implementation time. Some of the things that I've read from parents that have invested in the bikes and are relying on that may need time to reassess that. To Member Bird's point, I've thought the same thing over and over again. This is not, this cannot really be such a barrier to access to schools when just a few years ago they didn't exist. And our kids were getting into schools. And the old-fashioned bike without an engine still works and is still a viable option. By allowing them on our campuses, notwithstanding the fact that we're not supposed to govern what's happening off our campus, there's no question that you're putting an awful lot of students on bikes at the same time while you have parents in cars, and the risk factor there is substantially higher when it's all taking place at the same time. And do we aggravate the problem by continuing to permit that as a means of transportation onto our campuses? The argument that kids will find someplace else to drop their bike and lock it up is also a very valid argument, which is why, as I sit here and I listen to all opinions on this, I mean, really, really good points. Every single one of you who has stood up here and spoke has made really compelling arguments. And I do want to speak to, as far as I can recall, we've never had a board member with a video of public kind of testimony. That did catch me off guard, and I think we should talk about the appropriateness of that when we have people. I know, but I still think as a board we need to talk about it because we have people in the audience who came, waited their turn, had their 3 minutes, and we have somebody who has more than 5 minutes and didn't come. And I think that's an equity issue in terms of access to this board that needs to be considered. At the same time, I can't discount the reality of a parent talking about losing their child. And so while I want to talk about the appropriateness of that, I can't erase the message. So all of that thinking out loud leads me to, I think, the conclusion that I would support pausing this, whether we're pausing the implementation or pausing the adoption of it until we can determine whether there is a way to secure the bikes in a way that we don't risk children's lives, or at least postpone it or postpone the implementation so that families do have an opportunity to realign their transportation with the policy we would be voting for. So, okay. Member Gallo, let's go back to you. Member Gallo, you with us?
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't land my own plane, so there.
No, number 2 was showing up, so I thought there was a speaker before me.
Oh, no.
Okay.
It's Jacob's.
Thank you. I would support a pause just to get the language in the policy correct. I think we've had information that highlighted that maybe the policy could be tweaked or could be more transparent for less confusion. But at this time, I would like to offer an amendment. So I would like to make a motion to amend the policy to include those students with a permit to be allowed to ride a micromobility device to high school or to their school.
We have a motion
second.
to amend the language to, you heard it. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, member. Bonos. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on that? I think the board is, go ahead. Member Felder, you want to discuss that?
I have a discussion.
We're strictly on the issue.
I know
of
what
the
she
permit.
just said. She offered a friendly amendment. She said to schools. I would disagree with that because to schools means elementary, middle school. You're talking about high schools.
I think you have to have a driver's permit. You got to be 15.
Okay, so you're talking about just high schools then? If you have a driver's permit.
Yes.
Mm. All right, I still got issues. All right.
Okay. Okay, again, the vote is only on the motion to the amendment. Is there, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. Okay. All right, the amendment passes, but we are still on the main motion as amended. Let's go back through this. Member Ferrant, you're up next.
Thank you. I just wanted to chime in one more time.
Member Ferrant, I apologize. Superintendent had asked to be recognized, and I didn't realize that.
I'm so sorry. So, not to make things more interesting, the board does have policy about the time a school board meeting ends.
About what?
The time. We typically end by 10 according to policy, no later than 10 o'clock. However, the board can vote to extend the time. I'm just letting you know that you still have the budget. You have the budget that we have not done. I'm not taking away from this discussion. I just want you to be aware that we are going to have to move to extend if we go beyond 10 o'clock because we do have to pass a budget today.
Thank
all right? So I just want to put it out there so you're not surprised in an hour and 59 minutes when we have to vote to amend to go beyond 10 o'clock.
Okay.
All right?
Thank you. Thank you for that reminder.
Thank you, Board Member Front.
All right, Member Front, you're recognized.
Hey, that's a beautiful segue. I was actually going to say this. We've now taken quite a bit of time when our focus needs to be on education. I mean, I've got pictures in front of me just showing the chaos. And at this point, I would feel more comfortable just with the way that we've amended it with permits. And if the counties and cities come with a different plan that is more enforceable outside, we cannot enforce anything outside of our schools. But again, this is about safety on our campuses. Parents, you are more than welcome to have your kid ride these. You know what is best for your child. I don't know your child. I don't know what they're capable, what they're not capable of having. But on our campuses, we have to make sure that our kids are safe on campus. And I don't know if I'm fully on board with the catching fire or blowing up. It sounds like it's a very, very minimal chance of that happening. It could happen. But I'll just say that I think we need to wrap it up on this and vote to push this forward, and then let's keep this on our front burner and bring it back and be a part of the conversation with our other, the county and the other municipalities in the area, and be really forerunners here in the state of Florida and making sure that our kids and our communities are a safe place to work and play. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Member Front. Member Salamanca.
Thank you, Chair. The one thing I wanted to remind the board of, and this is a bit more on the numbers, when I've talked to commissioners, when I've talked to health officials, there's not a lot of numbers on how dangerous this are, or how many accidents there are, because we don't have specific codes. When a student has an accident on a micromobility device, there isn't like a micromobility concussion or death. It's really hard. Even the health system and even our law enforcement system has not caught up to that. So that data is not going to come for a while. And I just worry about holding off on things until we have enough data and enough things. I really truly believe that we're going to be saving lives, and we can wait for the rest of the world to catch up to us. That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Well, I think Member Ferrant's proposal that we move forward with the idea that when we have more clarity about what's happening with other agencies, then we can come back and revisit it. That would also give us an opportunity to look at the battery issue, the parking issue, and make sure that we've thoroughly considered those risks and how best to avoid them by not clustering them, which I think is the main thing. But I do, Dr. Vasquez, I really want to hear from you on the issue of the timing of, I don't know if the term is implementing, enforcing. I know, we went through this before with the idea that we wouldn't strictly, not that we weren't enforcing, but there wasn't a consequence if you had your phone. There was an easing in process, but I'm not quite sure how that would work with regard to e-bikes. You've obviously given it some thought. What was your thinking on that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think, first of all, there's been a lot of notice just because of the media coverage that has taken place around the board's policy. So I think parents are aware, or at least a large number of them are aware. What I would consider is that if the policy passes, that we would make formal notification to all of our families via our Parent Square, and then that we would look towards possibly that Tuesday after Labor Day, which gives families a little bit over a month, I think, to be able to consider what are some of the other options, whether it's, that they're going to look for a bike that has just regular pedals, whether they're going to look at a walking group, or whether they're going to look at some type of transportation with others that may not, if they're not able to do so themselves. I also think that we can plan to bring back or have a discussion towards maybe the end of the first 9 weeks, even maybe right before the Thanksgiving holiday, just to be able to review. That'll give us an opportunity to talk to our principals. That'll also give us the opportunity maybe to go out. I know many of you, if not all of you, have actually gone to, and not just your schools, but you have visited some of the areas that have had the issues, so that you could see it with your own eyes why this is such a concern. And then the board at that time could, give different direction, ask that we revise the policy. It is a very difficult time because of the transportation issues. More families are working. And I do believe that education is important. I don't believe that needs to fall on just the backs of public schools. We have a lot on our plates. And yes, we do partner with many agencies. We, as I believe Board Member Gallo pointed out, we do have bike safety already in our curriculum. But at a time when we are trying to take things off of our schools and of our teachers, I don't think it's the time to say, okay, now we're going to tack on this additional item, whether it's simply the monitoring of it. We've talked about, if you're in a school with 300 scooters, it is no easy task to be able to even identify, who may not be following the rules. So that is what I would prefer. However, I can also see if the board wants to pause and wait to see what happens with, Orange County. It is much more difficult once school starts to be able to now try and enforce something that has been taking place for a couple of months. I believe it's easier to ease off and see if the public, our parents, have a better understanding of why this is a concern for us. And I do know that the majority of our families are being responsible with their children. I know that. And I applaud you and I thank you. But if you are ever in an area where it is dangerous, you can see the postings on Facebook. The kids are in the main roads. They're weaving in and out. They're causing cars to stop abruptly. There are children that are not watching, and they're just speeding as a car is coming. And so I understand we're not here to parent for you, but it has become such an issue that our board has taken it up. They would not have done so if they haven't heard and seen with their own eyes what a problem they have become. So we always work at the direction of the board, but you have my comments and what I think it could look like.
Okay, and I appreciate that. And I'm sorry, all night long I've been dealing with this. And your observations about doing it at the beginning of the school year and potentially backing off, depending upon what we learn, I think is also the right way to go if we're going to do this. If I'm reading the board right, I don't think that there's 5 votes to postpone it. I think that I could be wrong, but I wanted to hear from you on that. So in terms of, we would be notifying immediately parents so that they'd be aware. We would notify them of the date in which this would take effect. At that point, when e-bikes still arrive, just trying to.
Then we would work in a similar way as we have, through the code of conduct. We would first notify the parent, letting them know that they're not allowed if the child doesn't meet the criteria, and then let the parent know that the child cannot ride it. If there is, and I think I see LQ, if there is a second offense, then we would look to escalate what that consequence would be. I think the ultimate consequence could be where that bike is held, and the parent then has to actually come in to retrieve the bike and have them acknowledge that they understand they're not allowed. But I'll turn to Alkivia, who has worked with our team on the code of conduct, and just have her thoughts on that.
Yes, so we've talked to our team. We actually start with our dean's training tomorrow, so we are prepared to go in whatever direction you guys want us to go in, as far as training on how you want this to be implemented. And everything depends on pretty much what happens on the campus. So if it's just they brought it, they weren't supposed to bring it, then again, it's just a parent phone call. But then if they're riding it, that may be, more of a level 2 situation. So it kind of depends on what the student does when they come on campus, what level of discipline they will receive. But regarding just the implementation of the policy, the team is prepared to start training the deans tomorrow.
Mr. Palmerini.
So just want to remind the board that the current provisions in the student code of conduct say uses of OCPS permits students to park micromobility devices on board property during school hours. So this is going to require a change to the code of conduct. Now, if you all adopt this tonight, there's the canons in the law that say the latest adopted version of a policy controls over the earlier version of it. So I can say our code of conduct will be let me try that again in English. Our code of conduct will be analyzed in terms of the policy that you all adopt tonight, and that your latest statement of what you adopt tonight will control, and we will graft that into the code of conduct. But in order to make sure it's correct 100% legally, we're going to bring back a change to the code of conduct as well.
And it's also going to be included in our video that we send out to our parents with the updates of the code. We have that language prepared for our video as well.
All right. The other question I have before we entertain a motion, Ms. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, Member Gallo. I just wanted to get one additional piece of information. So, Ms. Farrell raised some really good points about lack of clarity or lack of clarity. Let's just leave it at that. And I think those changes need to, for the most part, need to be made. Your suggestion there, Mr. Pomeraney?
So the policy is based upon Chapter 316, and there are all defined terms in Chapter 316. What I would suggest is we say, to the extent that there is a conflict in any definition between our policy and Chapter 316, Chapter 316 would control, because they define micromobility devices includes, I think, what is it called? Human and non-human propelled devices. Yes. This term includes both a human-powered and a non-human-powered device, such as a bicycle, electric bicycle, motorized scooter, or any other device that is owned by an individual. That's the definition of micromobility
Okay,
device.
but so I hear what you're saying, but not necessarily for the purpose of a vote, but I think that the language in our policies should be sufficiently layman-friendly that somebody doesn't have to go searching for what does this word mean. So we could take action tonight, but what I would like to see is a cleaned up version.
You could direct our staff to say, make the changes to the extent necessary that it complies with law, and the definitions are clear and understandable, and we'll come back to you with that.
Yeah. Okay. Which I kind of would like a glitch. You know what I mean? It's just the same thing, but written in an easier way to understand would come back for us to also.
What we do is we put a comment.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Just want to have kind of a picture for the board of where we might be going. Now, Member Gallo, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate you putting in the time to help clarify that language and get it correct, because it does need to be easily understood by the members of our community. I just want to say I don't like this policy. I don't. I'm just going to be honest. I think parents have the right to parent their children. And so I'm struggling with this. I am going to vote it up tonight because I am a big believer in listening to my constituency, the people who vote for me, and overwhelmingly my emails have been calling for a ban. So I'm going to listen to those that I heard from, those that I spoke to, but with the expectation that we are going to see this policy again, especially when the county or whatever creates an ordinance, and then we can dial back on what we do and let them do what they do best, which is create county ordinances, so that we hopefully can allow these back onto our campus, and we won't be the policing authority, because I do agree with Dr. Vasquez. We have too much on our plate. Our administrators, our teachers have too much on our plate, and it's not fair. And for those of you that follow the rules of the road, that follow the law, for all the parents that Dr. Vasquez says that do the right things every day, I applaud you. And it's unfortunate that as a board, we're up here discussing this because so many other parents don't. But at the end of the day, we have to ensure the safety of students and I have to listen to the people that elected me to sit up here at the dais. So it is with regret that I will be voting this up this evening.
Okay, thank you, Member Gallo. Very few people ever say that. I really don't like this, and I'm going to vote it up, regretfully. But I understand exactly what you're saying. All right, motion?
Yes, I move for a motion to vote on this.
Okay. As amended.
As amended, yes.
Is there a second? We have a motion from Vice Chair. Do we have a second? Second from Member Douglas. All in favor of the motion as amended, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, got some work to do. All right, we have the budget. All right. Dr. Vasquez, are we ready to move forward, or does your team need a break? Or does our team need a break? Huh? 5 minutes? Yeah. 5 minutes, folks. Huh? 5-minute break, yes.
Are we still doing the book too?
Oh.
Can we have a book?
Oh, Superintendent?
It's going to be a long meeting, my friend.
Oh, gosh. 5, 4, 3. All right, welcome back, everyone. We are on public hearing 3.04, approval of adoption of the millage to support the 2026-27 budget. Let me ask, Dr. Vasquez, I'll call on you for comments, but Mr. Palmerini, do we have speakers?
Yes, Madam Chair, you have 9 speakers.
9 speakers, okay. All right, Dr. Vasquez, comments before we begin?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. It's that time for the board to consider adoption of the tentative budget for the 2026-27 school year. Doreen Concolino, our Chief Financial Officer, and her team will make some brief comments, and I believe we have the speakers who have come today to speak, and then we will open it up to the board for discussion.
Yes.
I'm sorry, you're good to proceed.
So just reading into the record, slide number 7?
Yes, please.
Okay. So let's advance so we can do that. Okay. So reading into the record, the rolled back rate is a calculation that eliminates the impact of increased valuation. It is only used in the advertisement of the budget and in the millage adoption language. The required local effort is 0.08% under the rolled back rate, and the total millage is 1.65% over the rolled back rate. Thank you.
Thank you, Doreen. I know that we have speakers. Just as a reminder, tonight we have 2 tasks. One is to adopt the total millage, and then it is to adopt the tentative budget. Madam Chair?
All right. And in terms of speakers, I assume that if they want to make comments, it can be, I'm assuming most people will probably want to make comments on the budget, but we'll take comments on whatever.
I think we should take, for everybody out here, I think that everybody knows this, our millage is set by state law, so we can't deviate from that one way or the other. I would assume most people's comments are on the budget, so they can speak to that.
Okay. You have a list of speakers?
Your first speaker is Stefana Farrell, followed by Megan Coast and Kelly Hansen.
You may be surprised to hear this, but I had something for millage and something for budget, so I'm going to try to combine.
Oh,
The language in the special funding allocation is intentionally broad. It allows these dollars to support compensation, academic programs, arts, athletics, student activities, and other essential operating expenses. That flexibility gives future boards the ability to respond to changing needs. As you exercise that flexibility, I hope one priority rises to the top: the people who make our schools work. Every day, our teachers, paraprofessionals, bus drivers, custodians, cafeteria workers, front office staff, counselors, media specialists, and countless others do the hard, often unseen work of educating and caring for our children. They are our friends, our neighbors, and members of this community. They deserve more than our gratitude. They deserve compensation that reflects the value of their work. A livable wage should not be an aspiration. Affordable health care should not be a luxury. Annual raises should keep pace with the cost of living so that dedicated employees are not effectively taking a pay cut each year. And when our employees exceed expectations, well-earned bonuses should recognize their commitment and excellence. Strong schools are built by strong people. We can purchase new curriculum, upgrade technology, and improve facilities, but none of those investments matter if we cannot recruit and retain talented educators and support professionals. I'm going to move on to the budget. I'd like to take a moment to talk less about this year's budget and more about why this budget has become so difficult in the first place. Our district is facing several challenges at once. We have aging communities with fewer school-age children. Some immigrant families who once helped fuel enrollment growth have chosen to leave Florida. And at the same time, Florida has expanded universal school choice. Each of these factors reduces enrollment in our public schools. Since state funding largely follows the student, fewer students means fewer dollars available to operate schools schools that still have buildings to maintain, buses to run, meals to serve, and students with diverse needs to support. The result is what we're experiencing today: difficult conversations about school closures, fewer programs and services for our students, and dedicated employees wondering whether they'll receive the raises they deserve or whether their positions will exist at all. None of this should come as a surprise. These trends have been visible for years. The financial pressure we're experiencing today was predictable, and with thoughtful planning at every level of government, much of it could have been prevented. Over the past 3 years, billions of public dollars, education dollars, have been redirected to private and homeschool options. Families certainly value having choices, but those choices do not operate under the same level of public oversight, financial transparency, or accountability that taxpayers expect from their neighborhood public schools. One principle is economy of scale that matters here. Public education works because resources are shared efficiently across an entire community. That's what allows every child, regardless of income, disability, or neighborhood, to have access to a free, high-quality education without requiring taxpayers to fund hundreds of thousands of separate systems. If we move to supply and demand, which is what universal vouchers does, we make high-quality education options a commodity, and we need to be careful. Sorry. Thank you.
Megan Coast, followed by Kelly Hansen, and then Rolnetta Smith.
Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Megan Cost, 34787. I am an OCPS teacher. I've been in education in the Orange County Public Schools for the last 10 years. I am also an OCPS parent. I have a 6-year-old little boy who goes to the same school I do, which I am incredibly privileged to teach at. I don't want anyone to walk away from here thinking that I don't absolutely adore my school. I really do. I am standing here before you today, and I've emailed almost all of you, if not all of you, because I am in a desperate situation right now. I am currently the breadwinner in my family. My husband's been out of work for the last 1.5 years, and I cannot pay my bills. I can't. My son needs new shoes for school, and I don't currently have the money without going into my savings account to do that. And so as you are thinking about this budget, I just want you to keep in mind the families like mine that are in this situation where I work a full-time job. I worked over the summer to try to make ends meet, but I can't afford to pay my bills. And I also think that our teachers' kids kind of get lost in this discussion. My son deserves the same level of care and health care and, extracurricular activities and things like that. And I'm a teacher in this county, and I can't afford to pay for that for him. He deserves the world. I really appreciate Ms. Jacobs saying that we teachers are needed, but I really need you all to put your money where your mouth is. I know that the state is putting a hard line on education where they're giving us less money, and I know that there's lower enrollment, but it is a matter of priorities. A lot of the money in OCPS, it seems like, goes towards things like our curriculum resources and, these canned lessons that we're given and people walking our classrooms, not just our principals and assistant principals. Obviously, we all need those, but there are places where that priority can be adjusted, that money can be flipped. And if you want to show us how much you really value us, I would ask that you please value the educators. We were hired by our principals to do this job because they trusted us and they thought we would be the best at it. And I think that if you invest more in the educators who are in your classrooms every day, who are coming up with creative ways to teach our children, I think you're going to see that is going to give you the results that you're looking for. And it'll also make it easier for families like mine to survive. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you for being here, and I totally understand what you're saying. Yeah.
Next speaker is Kelly Hansen, followed by Rolnetta Smith, then Clinton McCracken.
Welcome.
Good evening. 32792. I'm a teacher. This is my 30th year.
I'm grateful for the chance to be here. Tonight, I'm not here to complain. I'm here to speak for the teachers who arrive before sunrise, stay long after dismissal, spend their own money on classroom supplies and materials, mentor new educators, comfort children through difficult moments, and then go home wondering how much longer they can afford to remain in a profession that they deeply love. Teacher retention isn't just about recruiting new educators, it's about keeping experienced teachers in our classroom. Every time we lose a veteran teacher because they can no longer afford to stay, students lose decades of knowledge, stability, mentorship, and relationships that cannot be replaced. Teachers don't expect to become wealthy. We choose this profession because we believe in children, not high salaries. But after dedicating our lives to this community, we should still be able to afford to remain in it. For many educators, the challenge isn't only salary, it's take-home pay after rising health insurance costs. Each year, we may see raises on paper, but too often they are offset by higher premiums and out-of-pocket expenses. A raise that disappears into insurance costs is not a real raise. Teachers shouldn't have to choose between their family's health and paying their mortgage, buying groceries, or saving for retirement. Affordable, high-quality health insurance is not a luxury. It is essential to retaining the experienced educators our students deserve. I respectfully ask this board to continue advocating not only for competitive salaries, but also for health insurance that remains affordable for the employees who serve this district. If we are serious about addressing the teacher retention crisis, we must look at the total compensation, not just the payment. When teachers feel valued, supported, and financially secure, they stay. And when they stay, students gain something irreplaceable: experienced educators who build strong classrooms, lasting relationships, and brighter futures. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Rolnetta Smith, followed by Clinton McCracken, and then Rebecca Roy. Rolnetta Smith. Then it would be Clinton McCracken.
Thank you. A budget isn't just a spreadsheet. A budget is a statement of values. It tells people what matters to you. Every dollar you approve reflects a priority, and every dollar you choose not to invest reflects a priority as well. I represent educators who are working second jobs, postponing major life decisions, and asking how much longer they can afford to remain in the profession they love. Florida remains 50th in the country in average teacher pay for the third year in a row. But our educators aren't numbers in a national ranking. They're the people who make Orange County Public Schools work. Yes, Tallahassee must do better. I will continue demanding that it does. But Tallahassee doesn't make every decision for Orange County. This board makes local choices, this board sets local priorities, and this board is responsible for those decisions. Just because something's been done the same way for years doesn't mean that it should continue that way. Tonight, I'm asking you to choose a different path. Dedicate a percentage of the 1 mil revenue to increasing educator pay. Examine the layers of bureaucracy that have grown while teachers are being asked to do more with less. Put resources closer to the students and educators they're meant to serve. Teachers don't need more people telling them how to teach. They need the time, trust, and the pay to do it. As CTA president, I'll keep bringing educator stories into this room. I'll keep fighting for the compensation, respect, and working conditions they deserve, and I'll keep holding this district accountable for the choices that it makes. You can't call educators essential and then budget as if they're expendable. Budgets reveal priorities. Tonight, you'll show the community yours, even those people who refuse to look at the person speaking.
Next speaker.
Next speaker is Rebecca Roy, followed by Asma Elmani and Nikki Daniels.
Hello.
Hi.
Throughout the bargaining process, I keep hearing the phrase difficult decisions. So I want to share one that I'm facing because of this budget proposal, specifically the healthcare increase. Reading through the health insurance proposal for the first time, I felt like I need to make a decision between starting a family and remaining in this career. We're already up against so much, like the time and energy commitment, Florida's famously low teacher salary, and our short 3-week maternity leave. These felt like difficult obstacles, but this year's proposed added cost to teachers makes this feel insurmountable. I simply cannot make the numbers work. OCPS is asking me to make a huge sacrifice, either an impossible financial one or a devastating personal one. I would prefer not to be speaking about this. I feel uncomfortable sharing all of this because it's personal. But it's imperative that the people behind these decisions understand the scope of the consequences. Our great teachers are being driven out of the profession or out of the state because they cannot afford to stay here. I love teaching, living, and working in this community. I want to be in the classroom for decades, and I want to be able to afford raising a family in this district and state as well. I hope it'll be possible. I urge you to consider how the budget as it stands will impact teachers' ability to remain in this profession that we love, that we have built expertise in, and that the future of our community depends on. As a previous speaker mentioned, fewer students means fewer dollars for public schools. If teachers in my generation cannot afford to have children, OCPS will be impacted by that. You have had complicated, nuanced issues on the table tonight. Prioritizing your employees in the budget should be an easy one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Asma Elmani and then Nikki Daniels.
Welcome. We're just in the podium.
Hello, everyone. My name is Asma Almani, zip code 32832. I am a person who works and lives in District 2. I'm a teacher, and I am a mother of 4. 2 of my sons graduated from Lake Nona High School. Currently this year, I have a daughter that'll be graduating from Innovation, and in 2 years, my last one will be graduating from Innovation High School. So we are a big OCPS family in my household. I am actually disheartened, and I feel very disrespected when I'm listening to the decisions that are being made when it comes to our salaries and our health care as teachers. We go in every day, we put in 110%. Sometimes we even neglect our own families to make sure our students get what they need. So with that, it feels very sad this year going into 2026 school year, watching my colleagues being stressed over, can they make their mortgage payment? Can they make their rent? I'm stressed over the insurance myself. For many years, my family lived in this space where we made too much money for government assistance, but not enough money to get our own insurance. And it came to a lot of hard decisions. Do we go get this medication? What do we do if somebody has to go to the emergency room? I have a specialty medication that I take that is $4,000 a month. This medication allows me to breathe. If I don't take it, I actually spend weeks at a time in the hospital, hooked up to tubes and taking steroids and all kinds of things. And while looking at the insurance policy that's there, specialty medication is not even mentioned in the proposal, and that scares me. $4,000 every month. That is more than what I make as a teacher. I don't even take home $4,000 for my family. I watched my teachers tell me that they're tired, they're stressed, they're frustrated, they're angry. I watched teachers leave during the school year this past year because they found jobs that pay more than a teaching job does, even though they love the subject they're teaching. So with that, I'm going to hurry up and finish. I ask the board to consider putting more money into teacher salary and benefits for the staff that work with the students daily, for the staff that made OCPS an A district again. Please stop giving us crumbs and vacuuming them away with your other hand. I ask you to really consider the majority of the OCF staff when you are finalizing your budget.
Thank you.
Nikki Daniels. If Ms. Daniels is not here, that's your last speaker.
Okay. I hear you. We hear you. I can't even, honestly, I can't imagine the anxiety and how disheartened that you all feel. And I wish that there was something more that we can do. I'm looking at other school districts. They're not paying more. Their insurance isn't better. Even if you think that it's just us, you have to look around the state, and it's not just us. And we're trying to figure out how can we make money that doesn't exist? If we improve the health care and we spend more money on the health care out of district funds, that comes from the same pot that we pay salaries. So when we have gotten so little from the state this year to figure out how to give raises and how not to raise premiums, we can't do it because there's just not the money there. It's not for lack of trying, but we can't make money that we don't have. We can't spend more than we have. You have several people here that are very strong in finance, myself being one of them, Member Salamanca. If it were there, we would have found it. Doesn't mean we won't stop trying, especially in the area of insurance, at whatever new approaches there might be to making this more affordable. We're self-insured. I don't know if everybody knows what that means, but it means the district pays for every medical bill. We do that because then we don't have to pay an insurance company a profit. So it's better that we do this, but those bills that go up, they're paid for out of that same bucket of money that if we didn't have to pay them, it would be your salary increases. We've spent $264 million over the last 5 years subsidizing the premiums so that we didn't increase them. But that was $264 million that could have gone into salaries. But we can't do both. We can't spend the $264 million on insurance and also spend it on salaries. You follow what I'm saying. I know it doesn't help. I can explain it all day long, but it doesn't change the fact that you've got a $4,000 medical expense. It doesn't help that you're trying to make a decision of whether or not you can afford kids. You know, when I decided to run for this position, I knew it'd be hard because we'd have to make decisions about discipline, and I never imagined we'd ever be sitting here having a discussion like this. There is no amount of money that society could pay for the value that you bring. I know that. We all know that. Where would our country be? Where would our neighborhoods be if our kids weren't educated? I tell people all the time, the very people that made sure that my kids could go to college, that educated my kids to go to college, are not making enough money to send their kids to college. That's what I've been saying. But now we're talking about whether or not we can afford to have a family. I get it. I hear you. We all do. But I can't promise you something that we can't do. I can only promise you. I know you're laughing at me. I'm sorry, sir. I wish I could do better. But I can't. All right. Member Gallo?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for our CFO, because I don't believe that it was shared with the public. I'm sure it was in the presentation, but because of due to time that we've chosen not to go through the presentation because we did see it once before. But if you could explain the loan that we have to take out, just to pay our bills, if you could please could you please go through what we're doing to make ends meet?
Yes, ma'am. So what we're doing, we're going to bring to the board in, I'm just going to read you my script so that it's clear and concise. In August, I will be bringing to the board a resolution authorizing up to $250 million in tax anticipation notes, or TANs, for the fiscal year 2026-27. TANs are short-term borrowing used to address temporary cash flow needs and are repaid within the fiscal year from anticipated property tax revenues. The district incurs operating expenses, including payroll, benefits, transportation, utilities, and instructional costs throughout the year, while property tax collections, which provide more than 50% of our district's revenue, are received primarily between December and April. Florida law permits school districts to use short-term financing when cash available at certain points in the year may be insufficient to meet budgeted obligations. The TAN, or Tax Anticipation Note, will provide interim funding to ensure timely payment of operating expenses and will be repaid from ad valorem tax revenues received later in the fiscal year. As noted, or it has an litigation-related refunds are withheld directly from property tax distribution. I'm referring now to the property tax litigation with the corporations throughout Orange County. So litigation-related refunds are withheld directly from our distributions, reducing revenue to the district. The TAN, or Tax Anticipation Note, will provide additional cash flow to meet monthly operating expenses, address any litigation-related repayments, and respond to potential enrollment declines, as well as unforeseen events such as hurricanes. This prudent financial strategy helps maintain liquidity and operational stability amid uncertainty. And I would like to point out that the district has not utilized this financing option since fiscal year 2008-2009.
Thank you. Thank you. And for those who don't remember 2008, 2009, the cliff was literally falling, and we were projected to lose around $200 million as a district, and middle schools weren't going. Those years were the exact reason why we went out for the referendum. So I want to say, I'm hearing stories all over the county, like the ones that we're hearing tonight, and they're breaking my heart. So I want you to know that they don't go unheard. It's tough. It's hard. I will say that this budget is a working document. Nothing in this budget is set in stone. It's fluid. As the settlements come through and as they're settled for less than what we anticipated, that's more money we're going to have in the budget. Healthcare is really scary right now, and I'm so sorry that it's keeping y'all up at night. I know how difficult that is to try to decide, am I going to feed my children or am I going to provide the health care that they deserve? And that's not fair. You are all highly educated individuals who deserve a living wage. You deserve a living wage. You deserve to be able to not be up all night wondering how you're going to pay your bills or pay for health care. And I get that. I will say that we're continuing to look at the healthcare. We had a really great conversation just 2 weeks ago where we talked about really blowing up the healthcare and being more intentional with our approach to bring down cost because we are self-insured. I'm hoping that as we stabilize the trust fund, we will prioritize the dollars that we currently now put into the trust fund into y'all's pocket. Our CFO's already stated that anything above and beyond what we have committed from the millage this year, and we're projected anywhere from 5.5, I think it was, to 7.6 in the last presentation, would go directly into the hands of our teachers and educational support staff. The superintendent is continuing to look at money and ways that we can find more money to help you all. So I know that this is difficult, but I don't want you guys to leave here hopeless and think that we're just a bunch of bobbleheads up here not caring and not doing everything we can to try to find you money, because that simply isn't true. It's just not. I mean, I myself have spent countless hours diving into healthcare, talking to CEOs, talking to people that were experts in the insurance to see where can we save money. We're looking at 340. I could throw so many acronyms about healthcare at you right now, you wouldn't know what I was talking about. That's how in depth I've gotten in healthcare. And we're looking at all those options. We're looking at the options that Clinton brought to us. One of them was in the proposal. We are at impasse. We haven't finished negotiations with the union. A lot still has to be discussed. So I just want to say that the passage of this document tonight does not mean that we don't care. It doesn't mean that we're not trying. It doesn't mean that we won't continue to try to find money, to do better, to be better for you all. It just means we legally have to approve this tonight, and it is a working budget. The budget that we've approved in July of every year is never the exact same budget that comes around the following year when we reconcile it. It's not. And we've committed that every dollar that we can find, every dime that we can find, it's going to you all. What that looks like right now, I don't know. But I promise you, we're trying, we're making really hard cuts to try to find the money. And I'm committed to continue to do that for you all. I'm committed to find local ways of try to raise money, because I don't think we can count on Tallahassee. I think we've done that for far too long and it's gotten us nowhere. We're going to have to look locally and trust our voters to help us once again give you guys a living wage. Thank you.
Member Vanos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Member Gallo said it so also eloquently, but I just also want to acknowledge I have read every single email that has come in. I appreciate you being here today. I have friends for years and years and years who are teachers. I sometimes we in this conversation we talk about teachers, but I also want to highlight our support staff is facing the same healthcare increases at, for the most part, lower salaries. And so it's unacceptable for everyone. And I just want to uplift that. Again, and Member Gallo said this, but I just want to, we have spent so many hours investigating, analyzing, examining, asking questions, all reaching out to different school board members, to different healthcare providers, to different government agencies. And I know nothing I can say is going to take away the anger and the frustration, because I feel it too. I am outraged by the status of healthcare in our state and in our nation. This is a problem that goes so far beyond us, and it is frustrating the lack of leadership just in the healthcare arena, not to even mention what is happening in our state with respect to education funding. And Ms. Farrell brought it up. And I sound like a broken record, but there is $5 billion of education money that is in our state that could be used for this, that is being diverted to the taxpayer-funded voucher program. But I'll just say this also, moving forward, again, we are an impasse, and yet we continue to have conversations about how can we do completely different things in healthcare? How can we look at it in a different way? How can we provide better, high-quality care for our employees while also sustaining the trust? I mean, as mentioned, the trust pays for the claims. That's 90% of, I believe the number is 90% of the medical care and prescription costs of our employees are paid through this budget by the district and by the premiums and deductibles. And in trying to find a sustainable way to keep this trust working, we did focus on employees, and that has had a huge impact on families. But we tried to focus on employees, and we tried to focus on the people who are using healthcare, and that's the reason for the deductibles. This is not good news. It is not a good solution. I just wanted to provide some background on how we got here. I appreciate the work that Clinton, that you've done and your team have done to bring proposals forward. I can assure you that they have been investigated, they have been looked through. I am happy that we were able to work one of them in, and we'll continue. I hope that we can continue to truly just look at new ways to provide healthcare and prescription drugs to our employees. So, and I also wanted to say that I also think we need to work on this legislatively as well. I have some ideas, and we'll be pursuing those with our legislative platform in August as well. Thank you.
Member Salamanca?
I just want to say thank you to everyone who's stayed with us. It's a very long board meeting. We tackled a lot of issues. As you can tell from just today, there's so much that we're constantly trying to minimize the amount of extra work, extra time, scooters, books. I mean, we really, we hear you on the respect, on the how much is on your plate, and the things that don't come only from this budget. I know this board cares deeply about how you're spending your time as well. And we really consistently, I think, bring this up on and are always thinking, does this add more to their plate or less? And we really vote aligned with that. It really is it's a tough place to be in the budget and the numbers. It's every dollar we find onward is going to come with a massive opportunity cost and trade-off at the district level as well. I mean, we are starting to cut into, as you know, like, people is the majority of the budget. And as we continue to cut, the only places we can start cutting is in people and making the tough decision of folks paying more for healthcare or folks not having a job, period. Those are the types of decisions that we are now truly facing, and it's never an easy decision up here. We're cutting APs, we've cut SAFE, coordinator. I mean, we really are making some of the hardest decisions. We've done it for the past year. It's going to continue happening. Everything has been thrown, and there never is something that makes everyone happy. I think there was a suggestion at some point on increasing class size so that every person can get more money. And there's a lot of strong feelings that we immediately got when board members proposed something like that, because that adds more work to, there's a trade-off with absolutely everything. And so when we look at every dollar and moving it around in the budget, there's always this huge cost that comes to people and to lives and to jobs. It's so hard because obviously so much of these conversations and hours of work don't happen up here in the school board. They happen behind closed doors. They happen in sessions that we're spending. But I will say Clinton's doing everything he can to bring as many suggestions and proposals of things that we could do, and we are considering all of those. and appreciate it and welcome as many as possible. And truly, I think one of the best suggestions we've gotten on ways to cut insurance and healthcare costs was proposed by the superintendent to the board in the last couple of weeks. It is so dire out there that everything we look at is in the single digits of savings. And when you see and come across something that's double digits, that's where we really go after because of how expensive it is. So it doesn't fix anything. Just know that truly behind closed doors, everyone here deeply cares.
And hasn't given up.
No. But thank you for being here today and for holding the board accountable always.
Member Ferrant.
Thank you. I don't want to extend this any longer, but just to say thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for sharing your stories and being vulnerable for us to hear. I will say, just like Member Salamanca just mentioned, every one of us has been digging in deep of how can we find extra dollars, how can we cut costs, and so little by little, whatever we can find. But our number one is to help. I really want Orange County to be the best paid, really in the nation. But I don't know if we can get there, but at least in the state of Florida. But that is, really. I feel like everything, I almost didn't even want to speak because I feel like as I speak, you want to see it in action, right? So words are one thing and you want to see it in action. And so, but I don't know how else to say it, but we really are behind closed doors. We are pushing, trying to find any possible way to find the dollars. And then the insurance is the part that one keeps me up at night, and trying to figure out how to be fiscally responsible with taxpayer money, but also provide quality health care for all of our staff here in Orange County Public Schools. So I just wanted to say that, and that we will, personally, just continue to fight for you and do everything that I can to make sure that you have not just like a livable wage, but really feel like confident that you can work and then also provide for your family. Thank you.
Okay. We are poised for a vote, but we need Member Felder. Do you have a motion? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to make a motion at this point. Whereas Section 200.065 Florida statutes requires that the school board adopt a proposed millage for funding the tentative budget and notify the property appraiser of its action. Whereas the 2026-27 tentative budget is based upon a total millage of 6.34 mills, which is more than the rollback rate by 1.65%, as computed pursuant to Section 200.065 Florida statutes. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the School Board of Orange County, Florida, that the board does hereby adopt the following proposed millage to support the tentative budget for the 2026-27 fiscal year. Millage type, rate. Required local effort, 3.095. Basic discretionary, 0.748. Additional voted, 1.000. Capital improvement, 1.500. Total, 6.3 343. Be it further resolved that the superintendent immediately inform the Orange County property appraiser of the action of the school board in the manner prescribed by law.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Second by Member Byrd. Without further discussion, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And we now move on to the vote for, or the motion for the budget.
So moved. Okay.
She has to read it first. Sorry.
Approve the 2026-27 tentative budget for the general fund. $2,935,697,947. Approve the 2026-27 tentative budget for the Special Revenue Fund. $341,016,392. Approve the 2026-27 tentative budget for the Debt Service Fund. $207,753,821. Approve the 2026-27 tentative budget for the Capital Projects Fund. $1,876,104,970. Approve the 2026-27 tentative budget for the Internal Service Fund. $424,792,182. Approve the date for the final public hearing for the 26-27 budget for 5:01 p.m. on September 8, 2026 at the Ronald Blocker Educational Leadership Center, 445 West Amelia Street, Orlando, Florida.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Second by Member Ferrant. All in favor, please say, I'm sorry? I thought I heard something. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, team. All right, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think the last item for the board, no?
No, we have to consent agenda.
Oh, no, I didn't say that was the last. Okay, no, sorry. But I forgot about the consent agenda. No, I was on to the next issue. Yes, ma'am. Oh, thank you for the reminder. Let's see, we got 20 minutes. Okay. All right, consent agenda. Are there any, yeah. I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
That was Member Vanos, second by Member Salamanca. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, next on the agenda is, oh, man. Oh, thank you. I was thinking we were on to the book. All right, thank you, Member Front. 1701, approval to modify the charter school contract with UCP Bales Early Childhood Academy Charter School to include grades kindergarten to second grade. Dr. Vasquez? Mr. Bixler?
All right, good evening, board members, Madam Superintendent. With me today, we have Dr. Kia Scott with the Charter Office, as well as Gina Dole. And Dr. Scott will walk us through 17.01.
Dr. Scott.
Good evening, Chair Jacobs, board members, and Superintendent Vasquez. Before you tonight, you have item 17.01, the request for the approval to modify the charter contract for UCP East Charter doing business as UCP Bales Early Childhood Academy to include grades kindergarten through second grade, specifically for ESE students. The charter school was required to provide a modified application, providing updates to the curriculum plan, exceptional student education and English language learner procedures, student performance goals, staffing plan, and budget. After review of the submission and in order to adhere with statutory requirements, School Choice Services recommends the approval of the charter amendment for UCP Bales Early Childhood Academy.
Thank you. Member Gallo?
I move to approve the charter as recommended by Dr. Scott.
Thank you. We have a motion by Member Gallo. We have a second.
Second.
Second by Member Ferrand. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, now we are on to our final item. Pardon me?
As we're getting to the last item, I do want to just recognize Dr. Eileen Wilkins, who has been here all night. Thank you so much. We appreciate your patience.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Huh? No, I'm afraid she took away two things from this. Well, I hope so.
Thank you.
But sometimes that's not good enough. Okay, 1702, review the challenged material, the beats.
So I'm assuming that you all are looking at me to give the lead into this, so I will go ahead and give the lead into this. This is a book challenge pursuant to 1006-28. As you know, there are various statutory bases upon which a book can be challenged. This particular book challenge was only under the section that says materials can be prohibited by section 847.012 Florida statutes. That's the one that is materials that are harmful to minors. So this is, there's, as you all know, there's statutory tests that are in there in this, in the statute, and the statute says it is impermissible to knowingly loan or rent to a minor any book, pamphlet, magazine, printed material, however reproduced, that contains any matter defined in section 847.001, explicit and detailed verbal descriptions or narrative accounts of sexual assignment or sexual conduct, and which is harmful to minors. So harmful to minors, as you all will remember, it's a three-part test. Does the book predominantly appeal to prurient, shameful, or morbid interest? Is it patently offensive to the prevailing standards in the adult community as a whole with respect to what is suitable materials or conduct for minors? And is the book taken as a whole without serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value for minors? And this was expounded upon in the Penguin Random House case that we are party to. The court in the Penguin Random House case, and remember that order is applicable directly to us, held that essentially materials under section 847.012, those materials which are harmful to minors are synonymous with materials that were pornographic. That's at page 48 of the order. The court finds that the term pornographic is synonymous with harmful to minors under section 847.012. So the task for the board tonight is to determine whether this book meets those three tests that I just enunciated. Is it predominantly appeal to prurient, shameful, or morbid interest? Is it patently offensive to the prevailing standards in the adult community as a whole with respect to what is suitable materials for minor, and whether the material taken as a whole is without serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value for minors. I provided the board analysis that I did with respect to the law earlier today. I don't think that, as the courts are currently interpreting obscenity, pornography, harmful to minors, that this book would meet the test, because when looking at it as a whole, there is some serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value. That's how I think the courts would interpret it. Now, having said that, you guys can take my opinion or leave it. Sometimes you do a little bit of both, but that's a little humor for at this point in the evening. So it is up to the board to make that determination individually. I'm just advising you that in my analysis, if I think this book was challenged in court, I do not think they would hold it to be harmful to minors or obscene or pornographic as those terms are defined in the law.
One question, does
Yes,
it
ma'am.
have to be pornographic?
The way the court in the Penguin Random House case has looked at it, they are combining harmful to minors and pornographic, and they're using it as the same standard. And then what they're doing is they're using the Miller versus California test, that three-part test I just read to you, to determine whether a book is harmful to minors, pornographic, obscene. It's the whole, that's the test for all three of those
I still
terms.
come down to, does, in order to say it doesn't belong in our libraries, does it have to meet the standard of pornography?
Remember, the pornography is one of the bases upon which it has been, you can challenge under 100628. Is it pornographic? Is it prohibited by section 847.012? So those are two bases in the statute. The way the courts have interpreted those two bases, they use the same test.
Okay. For some reason, I thought you started off by saying the person who challenged this challenged it based on being pornographic.
No, they did not challenge it on the basis of it being pornographic, only under section 847.012.
Okay, that's not clear to me still, but I'll come back around.
We do have one speaker on this.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm sure we
Stefana
do.
Farrell.
What am I thinking? Of course we do. Who would it be?
Oh.
Gosh, long night, huh?
It is. Let's see. We're going to bring that down. All right, prepared remarks. Thank you for your service to our community and for the time and care that has gone into reviewing this challenge. Tonight's vote is about more than one book. It is about whether we trust the review process you've established, whether we respect the diversity of the families you represent, and whether we preserve the role of a high school library as a place for voluntary exploration and learning. Our district serves families with many different values and perspectives. That's exactly why we have a committee review process to carefully evaluate the materials, consider the educational merit, and make thoughtful recommendations based on the needs of our students and our unique community standards. That process deserves to mean something. If individual parents believe a particular book is not appropriate for their own child, they should absolutely have the ability to guide their students' voluntary reading without limiting the rights of others. That respects both parental rights and the rights of our other families to make different choices. I've sat in this very room as we've celebrated students for remarkable academic accomplishments. We trust these same young people to analyze complex literature, history, science, and current events. I believe they are equally capable of thoughtfully engaging with the lives of America's beat poets, their achievements, their failures, and the complicated realities that shape them. These are not fictional superheroes with neatly packaged lessons. They were real people who experienced real hardship, made real mistakes, and achieved lasting influence. As we try to teach resilience, which is grit, perseverance, self-management, authentic stories often reach students in ways that lectures cannot. The transition from high school to adulthood will expose our students to difficult ideas and difficult people. Books that honestly portray the risks, failures, and consequences of real life can help prepare them to navigate that world with wisdom and discernment. Shielding students from those stories does not eliminate those realities. Understanding them better equips students to make wiser choices themselves. I ask that you continue to honor the integrity of the committee review process, respect the diverse families you were elected to serve, and preserve the opportunity for students to learn while allowing parents to make additional choices for their own children. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Member Byrd?
Thank you. And I agree with respecting the Literacy Council, but I have another point to make, so I'm just going to read what I wrote. Every book review requires staff time, committee members, and district resources. While every challenge deserves to be considered through the established process, we also have a responsibility to prioritize those resources where they will have the greatest impact on students. The Beats, a graphic history, has been checked out only 5 times in the past 15 years. That level of circulation suggests it is not a book that is widely accessed or influencing a significant number of students. At a time when our district manages thousands of library titles, it is reasonable to focus our review efforts on materials that are actively being used rather than devoting substantial resources to books that have had virtually no readership. This is not a statement about the merits of the content of this book. I believe that our District Literacy Council made the right assessment and will be voting that way. It is simply an acknowledgement that responsible governance requires us to prioritize finite time and resources where they will benefit the greatest number of students. Our high schools collectively serve approximately 60,000 students each year. A book that has been checked out only 5 times in 15 years has reached an extraordinarily small fraction of our student population. And while every concern raised by the public deserves to be heard, we should also consider whether devoting significant district resources to reviewing a title with such minimal student use is the best stewardship of our time and effort. This challenge illustrates why I believe that the review process should be prioritized and circulation rate should be considered. I would like to see us bring our policy forward and review and examine if we can add circulation rate to the review process before we call upon the District Literacy Council to review a book. There is no need to review or keep a book that is challenged if no one is reading the book. This is not a good use of our resources as a district. With that, I would like to make a motion based on the recommendation of the District Literacy Council made up of various educators, media specialists, and parents, and that this book does not violate the statutes, and that we retain this book for 11th and 12th graders. And I would ask the board for a consensus to bring policy IJL for review for possible updating in the future. Thank you.
Excellent. Excellent. No, I've been waiting for the answer of how many times has it been read. Thank you. Member Vanos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just start by saying, first of all, thank you to the Literary Council who reviewed the book. I think that it is extremely important that we have this council and that for any book that is challenged, it go through a council. I want to avoid a situation where one person is making a decision about any book. I completely understand where Member Byrd is coming from. I truly do. I understand the resources. It is extremely unfortunate that this has been not only challenged but appealed, even though the District Literary Council reached a sound conclusion. But I really am very concerned about one person making decisions about all books in this district. That said, so thank you to the Literary Council. I read the book. Honestly, I didn't really like it. I found it depressing. It was not interesting. It was hard to read. I don't like graphic novels. But you know what? It doesn't matter. Like, my personal opinion of it doesn't matter. It does not violate the law. I support the Literary Council's opinion, and I would vote to keep it on the shelves as the council recommended for juniors and seniors. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vanos. Member Front.
I agree with Member Byrd that it is ridiculous when a book is hardly being checked out by students. If it's inappropriate, just like that, again, is a standard we can set, and I would love to see that standard set. But again, since day one, I've asked for a standard to be set. What are we allowing in our books and what are we not? So I too read the book. It was disturbing. It was gross. It was inappropriate. Page 15, I'll just go through really quickly because I know it's late, but page 15, they're having sex. Page 16, 2 people are having oral sex. This is a graphic novel, so there is drawings. Page 28, more talk about having sex. Page 53, having an affair with a young lady, and then she gets mad because she finds out that he's had sex with all these other people. Page 55, encouraging someone to strip naked and everyone watches. So you see the bare bum, which, okay, whatever, but now they're all watching. Page 56, Mr. Burrows enjoyed young boy prostitutes, the AKA that would be child sex slaves. Page 61, Alan wants to proselytize about sex. Page 73, they are talking about stripping people naked. Page 74, having sex with students. That right there is disgusting. Page 84, the girl says, well, you're better than a pimp in bed, and they're in bed together, so more sex. Page 88 talks about celebrating Burroughs' work pushing sex, staticism, obscenity, and horror. Page 156 to 157 has inappropriate drawings. 164 to 165, again, more sex talk. He even tries to have sex with a woman who has just had an abortion and is still bleeding. Gross. So my question is, how does this book benefit our students? What value does it bring? How does this book complement the instruction that students are receiving in the classroom? That would be my question. Sadly, I wish that the literacy committee could be here to explain to me why and how they came to this conclusion, but they're not here. They're hidden back in the corners somewhere. They make a decision, and then everybody on this board just says, we love it. It's great. Well, I don't personally love it. You know, I wouldn't do it for my kid, but, you know, anybody else can have it. No, we're here as adults to ensure that we protect the minds of children as they're in our care. The entire book is about gross sex acts. A man who was obsessed with young boys. Go look him up. Disgusting. And again, it's just ridiculous. We can have a standard. We set a standard. The saddest part of all of this is everything is based on this Miller test. And the Miller test is really just a loophole to allow adults to say, oh, well, you know, we'll let it go. This is gross. Shouldn't be in our schools at all. If a parent wants it for their child, they're free to get it on Amazon. Go to your public library again. But to have this available for children, minors, somebody else's kid, for them to check it out, and thankfully, not very many have checked it out. I think it's a waste of taxpayer money. Shouldn't be in our schools. And we need to focus on what matters most, and that's wholesome foundational education, not on smut and trash in our libraries full of sex. Ridiculous. I will be voting no on this.
All right, Dr. Vasquez, I'm not sure that we can get there in 15 minutes. I'm sorry. I'm just not sure that we can, because everybody does want to speak, and I know I do want to speak. So do we need to make a motion to extend this?
Consensus would be fine.
Okay, consensus that, okay, we're going to go past 10. Okay. Member Felder, you're up next.
Thank you.
You asked me.
Thank you so much, Chair. Too bad I didn't know about this book when I was teaching it. Teaching because I would have taught it.
You would have taught it?
I would have taught it because, first of all, you got to understand the concept of why this book was written. It's called The Beats. It's from the beatnik kind of environment that we started. It's historic. 1950s American social and literary counterculture. This was a book that dealt with people who were in a state of rebellion. And as a teacher, I would always try to relate to my students where they were or where they are now with what we're reading. Our students are here. I would have looked beyond the sex, because the sex revolution was very much in power in the late 50s, early 60s, and definitely when I was a teenager in the 70s. And I would have to teach them from a historical perspective, the fact that these people were trying to find themselves and to deal with what was going on in their environment. They were rebelling. And every teenager, it just depends on, it doesn't matter what year you're in, something about rebellion grows a teenager up into adulthood. You got to find something that you're rebelling against. And with being an African American, I say a black person of African descent, I would have probably paired that reading with Leroy Jones's, or his new name was Amar Baraka, with Dutchman. I would have compared the reading of this book with the books that came out that influenced the jazz movement, because that was the kind of spirit that was happening in the 50s. And this is what this beatnik movement was about: poetry, art, dance, music, and this whole ideology about rebellion. This is what I would not have concentrated so much on the physical sex, but why did this writer decide to write this, and why were these storylines just like this? I think that as an educator, I would have also introduced to them the whole Cold War ideology, what all of that meant, and why people were doing what they were doing above than the physical writing on the book. Because the thing of it is, as an educator, and those of us that are trying to encourage cognitive thinking in our students, we have to teach them how to look beyond what's on the printed page. What does that mean? I'm a teacher at heart, and I will always be a teacher. What does this mean? Why did this writer write? What is this book speaking to us about? So I think that parents have the right to choose what they want the children to read, just like parents have the right to not let their children read what they don't want them to read, because they have that choice. And it's interesting that not that many people check the book out. So, I mean, they're not even looking at it. So I don't think as a board, I don't think that I would have the right to tell another parent, you should not let your children read this. I think you should be in charge of what your child reads. But reading this book, looking at what this book is about, I'm glad I didn't have it. I guess I would have been down here at standards and so forth, because maybe I would have taught this book. I would have taught it. I know I would have, and I'd had music to match with it. So anyway, I don't think we need to try to ban the book. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Member Felder. Okay, different opinion here. I read this, similar to Member Venice. I did not enjoy it. But that's not how we make these decisions. But I did not find, I don't know that I can say I found literary value to it. I do understand that, yes, this is a period of time and a movement and all that, but what I saw over and over again was, you have these people, they're drug addicts, they kill somebody. There's nothing in here that I think a student would read and go, oh, wow, that's inspiring, that's uplifting. I don't know what the point of it is, to be honest. We all come with our own life experiences. I was in junior high school, and I read a book about a drug addict, and goes through this whole horrible experience. But at the end of it, At the end of it, somehow, I don't remember the details, but he, what is it, like, he's not addicted. They help him through this, and he comes out on the other end, and he looks back, and the resilience and everything, and I was just so caught up in it. But you know what I wanted to do? I wanted to take drugs. I know that sounds friggin' silly, but I wanted to have that experience, and I couldn't have that experience if I didn't go through that experience. That's what I took away. That I can't be him until I walk that walk. So when I'm reading this, I'm like, I don't want our kids reading this, because it is all about just bad stuff happening. Just like one bad thing after another. There's very few points where you go, oh, okay, here's the message, here's the takeaway. Anyway, so maybe it doesn't meet that standard, but I'm with Member Byrd in that if it's only got 5 people reading, then we shouldn't go through this process. Just acknowledge it shouldn't be on the shelf, take it off the shelf. But more importantly than this, and I only got a couple months left, but for the life of me, I want to understand why somebody decided to put this on our shelf to begin with. I mean, it has to be a conscious decision. And so maybe it is a case of you just buy a bundle, okay? But if I order on Instacart, I don't know, 2 dozen peaches, okay, and they arrive, and 3 of the peaches are rotten, I'm not going to eat them. I'm going to throw them out. So at the point when this book arrives, if somebody is looking at this, do they really say, we want to keep this, let's put it on the shelf? I don't get it. I just don't get it. I mean, it's a difference between banning it and just saying it's not worthy of taking up space on our shelves. It's not worthy of spending money on. If only 2 grades out of 12 grades are even allowed to read it, and what about the rest of the kids in high school? We only have so much money. Do we really absolutely have to spend this much money on library books? Remember, Byrd, you had suggested at one point that, do we even need a library with so few kids? And I think we're required to, but are we spending $1 more than we're required to? Because the kids aren't coming to the library, and they're not checking out the books. It's not just this book. But I would really love for us to, and it's probably been done, analyze how many books are out there that are actually being read, and try to focus our attention on the ones that kids are reading that are not controversial, that have some positive value to them that I didn't get from this. So, John, if you tell me that I have to vote in favor of it because it doesn't break all these rules, I will. But honestly, I did not. I'm going to totally agree. I know I disagree with everybody, but I just didn't. I think this is junk and it shouldn't be on our shelves.
No, I'm not telling you all you have to approve it and keep it on the shelf. You're free to vote your conscience on it.
I'm not going to go to jail.
No.
I'm just kidding with you.
No,
okay.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, clearly, remember that statute's about the sale or renting to minors. I mean, if you can buy it in a bookstore, then we would have a whole hell of a lot. I'm sorry. Excuse me, it's late.
Yes.
A whole heck of a lot.
I know, I've already said a couple things I'm going to regret.
A whole heck of a lot of people going to jail for selling it in public. So, no, I no, you're not going to jail if you vote to
there's
keep it
also
or not.
reference in here of somebody who believed that the best way to teach was in bed. Like, what? It's like, I know, okay, somebody gets the right to write it, but I just don't think it's the right use of our funds to buy it. Okay. Member Gallo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Member Byrd. Like when in a time when the budget's tight and we're using resources, this is getting ridiculous. I do want to point out it is a nonfiction book. So whether we like what happened in it or not, I mean, these were real people. The actions that they did were real. It's a nonfiction history book. And I would also say I used to be an avid reader, and I have read many different genres, and one of my favorite has always been autobiographies. And I've read a lot of autobiographies about things from drug overdose to suicide, about prostitutes. And I have to be honest with you, not one of those books has ever made me want to be a prostitute, made me want to do drugs, or made me want to commit suicide. I mean, for me, it just didn't happen.
You weren't in junior high school. You have to forgive me. I was in junior high school.
Okay. I mean, I read forever when I was in 6th grade. Nothing bad happened to me. If anything, it was a conversation I got to have with my mom that was very eye-opening. In fairness, I did let her read it first because I was another story.
I haven't read it now.
But anyways, I'm gonna vote to uphold this book. We do have a process in place, and the District Literacy Council was very clear in its descriptions on why they upheld it. All you had to do is read, because we got a whole folder on it that said why they upheld it and what value they found in it. And we have a process in place for a reason, and it is for 11th and 12th graders. It is a nonfiction book. I know it's not pretty. I did not enjoy reading it either. If you have ADHD, I'm just going to tell you right now, a graphic novel is not something you need to read because you cannot. I couldn't pay, it took me forever. I couldn't pay attention to it. And the words are really small. Like, good Lord, they're not made for someone who needs glasses. But anyways, I'm going to uphold the book, and I'm going to follow the District Literacy Council's recommendation. Thank you.
All right. Member Salamanca.
I love it. What a vivid conversation. It's almost like that's the value of discussing books. I hate the book. It's awful. I literally, there's so many things in there that absolutely disgust me, disturb me, there's all kind of stuff. That being said, I read into everything about this book. The author's deliberate intention of this book is to disgust you about the time period. Yes. The author has talked about it. The author has said this generation, this whole movement of the Beats, was filled with racism, anti-Semitism, and massive mistreatment of women and young people, rather than smoothing history out and romanticizing a lot of the characters shown here, which the history of the Beats has a lot of the romanticizing of these people and the creative destruction and what comes with just being a little out there. He wanted to demystify, it's late, okay, this is a big word for me at the moment. These men who are usually truly treated with uncritical reverence of their behavior. And there's all this time, over time sometimes, and this is very specific to history, you get over the scary, ugly things because those things are uncomfortable, and then you retell history in a sanitized version of history. And so then you actually have kids grow up and read history books that would say, hey, these guys were creative and awesome, and let's put under the rug everything that is disturbing and disgusting and problematic that they did. And it is because of books like this that a student would encounter this time period and say, ew, that was actually not very cool. I don't want to be like these people. I find it disturbing. I don't know, maybe you're with Jacobs and you find it inspiring or interesting.
Well, it wasn't.
Maybe you're like interesting.
It wasn't different.
The intent of the author is truly to be disturbing. And so I find the fact that everybody found it disturbing, rather that it has succeeded in its purpose rather than failed. It feels honest, it feels historical, and I think I had a quote here from the author. It said, I came away with the idea that these guys from this time were just a bunch of entitled little rich kids who thought that they could get away with murder. In discussing the book, he characterized the core motive as putting the unflattering truth on the page specifically so that the admirers of this time period would have to deal with the darkness of their heroes. So I absolutely agree that our 11th and 12th graders who are entering life as it truly is, and the Literary Council, that this book is appropriate for young adults who are entering life. I welcome history that is not sanitized. It is disturbing. I hated it. I found the main characters disturbing. I learned stuff about this period that I didn't know to that depth. It was memorable for sure. And yeah, I'll leave it at that. So I will be voting to keep the book. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Member Salamanca. I feel like I really need to defend. Okay, what the book I read, though, at the end, the guy comes through it, and it's like, I wanted to be him. I was so, I don't know, inspired. But at that young age, I was like, the only way I can get there is become a drug addict. I don't know. So I'm just sharing with you that my little young brain at that point was taking it altogether wrong. Member Byrd, we're back to you. Oh, you know what? Member Douglas hasn't had a chance to speak. Can we let her speak, and then we're going to come back to you? Go ahead, please.
I just want to say that I did not read the book, I must confess. Let me tell you why. I opened the book, I saw the font, I saw how busy the pages were, and didn't know where to look. I don't know if it's my brain, I don't know what's going on. But I just could not start that book. I just could not.
No, you zoom in on it with your phone.
Okay, no.
That's the only way I can.
I like to sit and relax and read a book, but that was not the case. So, and I still believe that, again, it's a parent's choice, okay? It's a parent's choice to decide if they want their kids to read the book or not. And I will say that we can leave the book for 11 and 12 because it kind of relates a period of time that they needed to read, how it felt like at that time. So I really do agree that the book should stay, but for only 11 and 12 for the purposes of showing the kids what happened at a different time where they were not alive, okay? So I don't like the book, but it could stay in the library for 11 and 12.
Well, if you had just stuck with it, the font gets smaller. Oh my gosh,
that's the reason
at the very end. So yeah, I'm having my camera and I'm reading most of it. It gets so bad that I have to get my iPad and yeah, right? Oh my gosh, I thought I was almost to the end and then the font shrunk more. Whew, it was a painful process.
That's it.
Okay, that's what I want our kids doing, reading and feeling like they're doing drugs. Okay.
Why do it when you can read this book?
We need to end this meeting fast.
Okay, I
Member
made a
Byrd,
motion.
you want to make a motion?
I made a motion.
You did. We need a second.
To approve the Literacy
Her
Council's
motion was a very good
recommendations.
motion. Second. We got a second from Vice Chair. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. Motion carries with all members, but Jacobs and Ferrant voting in the affirmative.
Negative. Again.
All, what did I say? All except us. All members voting in the affirmative.
No, you said negative.
Said you all voted in the negative?
Yeah.
Oh, wait. No, I do not have a report. Can we
Okay,
clarify?
motion carries
That's my
with,
question. Her motion included
yes,
bringing back
yes.
the policy. Well, that's why I want to clarify.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
She did,
Well, I asked for consensus.
okay.
A motion to approve the District Literacy Council and consensus among the board to bring the policy back at a future date.
Okay, well, I will offer an amendment to your motion that the policy will come back to make the changes that you suggested.
Wait, what, we
Okay.
don't have consensus to bring it back.
But I'm making a motion to amend it so it's not consensus, and now you guys are going to shoot it down.
Okay.
Okay, so I want to amend that consensus to be a part of, John, help me with the language, I'm getting tired. Okay, we'll come back at another time. I really like that, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, vote on that. We voted on that the way it was.
So you've got that one issue. So now, is there consensus to bring the policy back to make the changes that Member Byrd has suggested? Or to discuss it? So the Member Byrd talked about bringing the policy back to reflect that, changes to this, say, if a book hasn't been checked out for a very few times, not to go through the process and just to remove it.
Aren't they doing that year after year? Like, if there's not checked out, don't we?
Apparently not.
There is a time limit, which I believe is at 10 years, 12 years. There's a time frame, and I don't believe this book met the time constraints with the recommendation from the district. But they do weed based on circulation. That is one of the recommended practices. But there's I believe this book did not meet that time limit.
All right, I'm pretty sure there's not a consensus, but I would like to know when the book was purchased. I'm hoping it, okay, thanks. Okay, thank you. Okay, is there any further, Dr. Vasquez. We're looking forward to your report.
I am here to witness and verbalize why there is a policy that states we end at 10. It is not 10:07, so we're good.
Yeah.
2009.
That's why, yeah.
The book was written in 2009? I thought you meant the 10 o'clock thing.
Well, no, but that's not when it was purchased, was it? We'll go back. Yeah, we'll go back and look at when it was purchased at the schools.
Okay. So your superintendent's report is this is why we should stick to the 10. John, do you dare?
In those times?
Got anything to say?
No.
Dr. Vasquez, seriously, do you have anything you want to share with us?
No, I think it's been a long night. I do want to say thank you because you surprised me with how much work you got done this evening and how that's a positive because these were these were tough.
Yeah, they were tough.
You were adopting policies and a budget at a time where there isn't a good answer. And it doesn't seem to be clear that this is not what we want to do. It's like we have options, and we do have options, but options are to cut people. And I think one of the board members stated that. So I do want to say thank you because it was a power-packed meeting, and I think you made some great decisions today.
Yeah, and I honestly, I want to thank you guys because we could have had a knockdown drag out over, primarily the book. And I really do appreciate that we can strongly disagree still and still laugh about it even. Anyway, it's just a joy working with all of you, each and every one of you. Huh? No, I stuck them in there. I'm taking them home. I'm trying to buy the whole bag. But I would. I mean, honestly, I'm going to until they give me a price tag.
Is it adjourned?
Stefana? Adjourned? Great job.